And we're live, dear viewers. Apologies for the small delay because we had some issues by getting proper quality for the video feedback from the playing venue in Charlotte. But now it appears to be solved, and Dina is ready to start her round 4 game in the ALTO Open in Charlotte. My name is ALTO Nations. I'm Grandmaster for Latvia, and it is my pleasure to be your host for today's Dina's adventures in USA. So let's immediately switch to the action. As you can see, the first move already has been made. Dina is still not at the board. I guess she is busy either getting a coffee or setting up things. We initially tried to make the video. There you go. There's the shake hand, the ritual before the game, and the game's about to start. The first move, d4, already has been played. Maybe let me adjust first a couple of things because I was not entirely sure how's the camera gonna look like. So pardon this. I mean, I was a bit in rush. Of course, I don't want Dina to be blocked by my unnecessary face right here. So just a second, I'm gonna fix it. Hope this is fine. I can't really find a better place where to put the camera. Yesterday the angle was a bit better, I believe, but okay, we'll manage. So once again, welcome everybody for another amazing spectacle. We are streaming on 3 platforms today. So it's Dina's Twitch channel. Hello there. Dina's YouTube channel. How are you doing? And also my own Twitch channel. Yesterday, yeah, it was a huge day, not only in Toronto, where the candidates tournament is being held. Of course, all of you already know the latest news that Gukesh is leading the tournament today. There's going to be this huge showdown, possibly determining the youngest ever challenger for the World Championship title. However, our attention today goes to Charlotte, where Dina plays in round 4, and her opponent is Hugo Lam. I believe he is yet another French player, which is really interesting because she already played a French player last round. Dina had a good start. She started 2 points out of 2. Oh, with some roller coaster events, so to speak. I mean, I was doing the coverage for the second round. You might remember that. And then, yes, the second game of the day, round 3. Oh my goodness. I mean, it was true heartbreaker because Dina was winning a couple of times, and unfortunately, she made the last mistake and lost the game against her opponent. So, of course, she was pretty unhappy about it, to say the least, but I talked to her briefly before the start of this round. She is feeling much better. She had a proper sleep, and she is back to make more exciting games. All right, so I think we can put a couple of moves on the board. I think it's d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, c takes, e takes, and bishop g5. So this is a very famous setup, the so-called Carlsbad structure. I'm probably going to talk about it a bit later. This is, of course, huge theory. There you go, e3. Right, okay, let's maybe follow the couple of moves, and then, of course, I'm going to tell you what is the tournament system, what is the time control. I'm just afraid I'm going to miss a couple of moves at the very beginning. Yeah, this bishop d3 is a pretty standard move. By the way, while Dina was setting up things, the camera and everything, she lost something like 10 minutes on the clock. Because initially we scheduled this video to go through Discord, but apparently the quality of the video was not really good. And yeah, I guess this is the reason why it cost Dina couple of extra minutes. H6 is pretty standard. There's also a 10-minute delay for the official broadcast. The reason is pretty simple. Fair play protection for the players, so that somebody doesn't think it's a good idea to run to a secluded place and have a peek inside what the phone is saying. Of course, we assume nobody's going to do that, but still, I mean, nowadays in many international chess tournaments, the so-called broadcast delay is one of the reasons how, one of the tools, how the organizers provide better fair play standards. All right, and now after the short castle, I believe that white is to play, and while here Hugo is thinking about his choices, he's considering either knight f3 or knight e2. Maybe let's have a look at, for a moment, what is happening in this tournament. So this is the pairings of round 4. Dina plays board number 4, which is a special, apparently a special seating for the streamers, because I noticed both Dina and James Canty, who also plays in this tournament, you see he's board number 5. They have fixed places so that they can stream their games. Her opponent is Hugo Nam, rated 2074. This is a 5-round tournament. In case somebody is wondering what ALTO means, actually, I thought that ALTO is a sponsor. I thought it's some kind of a global company. No, actually, ALTO means at least 21. No kids allowed in the building. So you're going to have to wait for your turn. This means only adults play in this tournament. 5 rounds. The total prize fund is $6,000. 1,000 is going to go to the winner of the tournament. The time control is a pretty weird one. 1 hour and 50 minutes per player with 10-second increment. So it's an interesting mix of the classical and rapid. So this is the schedule. This is the final day, round 4. As you see, these are Eastern Standard Time, 10 a.m. in Charlotte. Here in Riga, Latvia, where I'm streaming from, is already 5 p.m. And then later, Dina is also gonna play in round number 5. All right, now let's go back to the action. Did I miss something? No, I didn't miss a thing. There is a request to make the board bigger. I can try to do that, but I mean, you have to understand, I don't really have a lot of space. I have just the space as much I have here, right? From this angle, I can try to increase it, but I still want to see the players as well. Maybe at the expense of my own camera. Yeah, we can try to do this. I hope this is acceptable. All right. Looks more or less decent. I also have enabled the so-called evaluation bar, the evil bar. You see this black and white bar to the left of the board. It gives you a rough indication who is doing better. So I think we missed a couple of moves. Queen c2, it was played, and if I see correctly, knight e8, bishop takes on e7. So this is the position on the board. So it's safe to assume that Dina is gonna capture on e7. I believe that we are going to have also some time to go through her yesterday's game. So I just want to show you a couple of those moments in case you didn't see what happened in the previous round. Dina said, yeah, I should show this. So we can review what happened there. But let's first start with this opening. d4, d5. Naturally, it's one of the most played openings, because if you want to have good chances after the opening, it's a good idea that you're trying to fight for the center. So that's why it's not a big surprise that d4, d5 and white's e4, e5 as the first moves are normally the most popular starting moves. So white plays c4, the queen's gambit. Dina says no. She plays e6. The idea is that after c takes, e takes d5, black avoids getting symmetrical positions, which is, by the way, one of the reasons why the Slav sometimes has a drawish reputation. So e6 is more fighting continuation. Knight c3. Yes, so white thinks to play e4. Black stops it. Knight f6. C takes on d5. I mean, there is, of course, a possibility to play knight takes on d5. But e takes on d5 keeps at least some control of the center. Bishop g5, so white already is threatening to take on f6 and grab a pawn on d5. Bishop e7 deals with this. e3, all of this is pretty standard. Yeah, c6. And I think here we can stop for a moment because I would like to explain a bit the concept of this opening, the cusp structure. I mean, I don't know where I heard this from originally, but I really love the idea. These pawns, from the white's perspective, you see they form like an arrow. They're showing towards the queen side. And these black pawns, b7, c5, they're showing an arrow towards the king side. So it gives you a rough idea where normally the players base their attention. So white's typical idea is, after he finishes development at the king side, he wants to play rook b1, b4, b5, play at the pawn minority, and create a potential target on c6. Black at the same time is thinking to start the king side attack. So every single piece is going to go towards the white king. So bishop d3 is a typical move because it deals with bishop f5. So there's the common belief that the black positions the bishop on f5 immediately, he achieves equality. Bishop f5 immediately is not so great because white could play queen b3 and ask some very serious questions. How do you protect the pawn on b7 and the pawn on d5? So as soon black plays c6, bishop f5 is an idea, so white stops this. And there's a couple of ways how white can stop this. White can play queen c2, or white can play bishop d3. To be honest, I think they're more or less the same. There's some nuances, of course. So bishop d3, h6, typical move just to push away the bishop. Yeah, so bishop h4, a short castle. And now white typically chooses where to put the knight. So knight f3 is often linked with the idea to play short castle and this idea to play b4, b5 and create a weakness on c6. And the second idea is to put the knight on e2. Because then white plays either a short castle or even sometimes a long castle and plays f3, e4 in the center. So these are completely different, separate ideas. Now here, Hugo played queen c2. I guess he wants to keep all the options open. He wants to extract some information from Dina. Is she going to play knight e7? Is she going to play, I don't know, b6, bishop b7, or rook e8? So Dina here played this odd-looking move, knight e8. But I think the idea is, again, pretty common. Because black wants to trade this Lasqua bishop. So, for example, after bishop e7, which happened in the game, queen e7 follows. What Dina wants, she wants to play knight d6 and prepare the bishop trade with g6 and bishop f5. So this is the common idea in this position. And it's also often regarded that the knight on d6 in the cusped structure for black and the white knight on d3 usually are the ideal outposts for the knight. So that's it. Yeah, so h6, maybe I should go back here for a moment. Why this h6 is necessary? Okay, obviously there could be all kinds of ordered moves, but let me just show you one moment. For example, if black would start with a short castle, white plays queen c2, threatening to take on f6 and win the pawn on h7. Black would defend this, white plays here. And one of the key ideas here, after rook e8 and short castle, black cannot play knight e4. Why? Because after bishop e7, queen e7, everything seems to be defended, but now the key moment is that white can include bishop e4. The pawn on h7 now is under attack, and after d takes on e4, knight takes on e4, the bishop on g5 is enough defended. So hence the idea. This h6 move deals with this idea, So typically black plays h6 so that the bishop on h4 is sort of not enough defended. And now knight e4 works. Because you see after bishop e7, queen e7, black achieves what he wanted to defend the knight on e4. And after knight e4, you can already simply play d takes on e4. You see? Bishop e4 drops the bishop on h4. And after bishop e7, queen e7, white simply loses. So that's why this h6 is necessary. The only question is, when is the right moment to play it? Yeah, and there's all kinds of order of the moves. Instead, Dina played here immediately h6. To be honest, I don't really know the nuances. Why h6 right now? I can only assume that based on the response, she might choose a different setup because white can also choose to play bishop f4. And there could be a different idea. For example, bishop f4, maybe bishop d6 first. But perhaps it's not important. So bishop h4, shot castle, queen c2, and now Dina played this knight e8, which again, like I said, it's looking odd. But knight e6 with the bishop f5 is incoming. So bishop e7 is on the board. All right. So there is Dina, she's coming. Yeah, like I already said, we had a very quick chat at the very beginning of the day. She was obviously pretty depressed about what happened yesterday. But she had a good recovery, she slept well, she feels good, and she has come back with good spirits. So queen takes on e7 is played, and now I'm curious what white is going to choose here. So is it knight f3 or is it knight e2? I think knight e2 doesn't make a lot of sense for the f3 e4, because if he plays knight e2, f3, the pawn on e3 now is under attack. So my guess is, even without a lot of opening knowledge of this line, that knight f3 is going to follow. The only thing which I'm not sure is where white is going to castle. Is it going to castle short side or the long side? Look at the stare. Look at the stare that Dina has. I mean, she's trying to read his soul. And that was very, very powerful. All right, so he's thinking. So while he's thinking, let's maybe check very briefly. I don't really want to dwell too much on this, but probably some of you did not see what happened in the third round game. And Dina gave me her permission that we should have a look at this, what was happening here. So this was her yesterday's round 3 game against Alexander Ho-Ho. She was playing with white. It was a decent opening. Yeah, so maybe let's not look too much at the opening phase. So this is very interesting choice by both players. So white dreams to get the center. Knight c3, e3, very careful, very patient continuation that white wants to eventually push e4 and secure herself advantage. This knight h4 was a bit weird, to be honest. Okay, but doesn't really matter because here after bishop d2, bishop h4, the position was about balanced. Pawn on h4 is weak, but Dina was about to get the 2 bishop advantage and push e4. So things were pretty much level at some point until black decided to play this terrible move, c5. So c5 idea was that black was thinking about twice taking on d4 and putting the knight on c5, but he probably anticipated that he's going to have time to put the knight on d6. Yes, the knight on d6 indeed would have been a really great blockade. However, he simply missed that Dina can demolish his center with a 4. Now the idea is that after knight e7, there's bishop h3. And black's blockade is not working. Even we are not talking about knight e8 and knight e6. So things were looking really great. d6, great move. You cannot take on d6. F takes on e5. So let's just move to the critical moment. And I'm not really sure what happened here. Why Dina decided not to take on e5. I think it was a very easy move, or maybe rook e1. 2 bishops, very strong center, would have given Dina very good winning chances. Instead, she played f5. That's a move I didn't really like. So the game was about level once again, up and down. At some point already black was slightly better here, but still it was pretty close. And now the key moment. The key moment right here. Dina was given another chance. Black played knight e4, which was simply an oversight. Because after bishop e4, rook e3, black thought he's going to win back the piece with some interest. Instead, rook b8 check. f6 was a very powerful idea. The king here is under attack, and black cannot take the bishop because of f takes on g7 and this g pawn advances. g6, bishop d5, and now a small tragedy happened. After rook e1 check, I was actually watching this during the broadcast. I tuned in at this moment, and any move was winning for white. King g2 or king h2. Now instead, Dina automatically played king f2, and she missed that after rook e5, bishop f7, there's rook f5 check. Yeah, this was very unfortunate. King f2 was automatic move, which was a mistake. So it was still good for white, because the black king is cut off, the c pawn is advancing forward. This was, of course, a serious time scramble. c4, c5, rook f5, and this is, of course, where a small tragedy happened. I believe rook d7, c6, c7 is looking really great for white. Instead, a horrific blunder happened here. Dina played king d4. Yes, and if you have done some puzzles, I think you should already know that something like rook takes on d5 is not really difficult to find. Yeah, so this was really unfortunate, and after this, there was nothing she could have done. So yeah, that was really terrible, and of course, Dina was really depressed about this game, and a couple of moves later, she resigned. What's done is done. Now you know what happened. In the meantime, here, Hugo has already made a move. He has decided to play knight e2. I assume it's not because of f3 e4 idea, but maybe he wants to play knight g3 to stop black's idea to trade the light square bishop on f5. All right, so Dina is gone. And so is his opponent. There were, yeah, indeed, a couple of questions in the chat. So Dina's score at the tournament right now is 2 points out of 3. 2 more rounds to go. Today is a double round day. Her opponent is rated about 2050. Dina is an ELO favorite, and she is going to try to win the game. In the meantime, also I would like to mention that in the tournament there are a couple of Grandmasters. One of them is the American Grandmaster Caden Trough, a former huge talent from US. I don't know actually what happened to him, because he was making waves some time ago. I believe did he become a world champion, world youth champion at his age, but then he just disappeared. I don't know what happened. He's here back in the tournament along with Alonso Zapata, another Grandmaster, so the competition is really serious. And the tournament venue, I think I already mentioned this, or maybe I did not. Yeah, the tournament venue is Hilton Garden Inn, which is in Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte Chess Center, the organizers of the Open Tournament. And those of you who have been following what's happening in the US chess lately, Charlotte Chess Center is making, obviously, a lot of amazing things, becoming rapidly one of the most exciting chess clubs in US. I always believe that it's a strictly St. Louis Chess Club, but no, I believe that also Charlotte Chess Club, together with some amazing chess coaches like Daniel Naroditsky and Alexander Bortnik, being head coaches there, They have a bright future. All right, now the pace of the game has become much slower. I don't know where Dina is gone. Again, I can only guess that she is standing in a queue to get some coffee. I mean, yesterday she confessed she's drinking tea. She had a much larger thermos or cup. This is a morning game. There's a question on Dina's Twitch channel. Am I available to commentate the rest of the tournament? No, unfortunately, no, because there's only another round left, and it's gonna start really late. Yeah, because so that you have some perspective, here it's 5 p.m. So for me to do the coverage of round number 5, I would have to start the coverage at basically midnight. So I decided not to do it because I have to wake up tomorrow very early. Santos saw that my chat suggests that Dina is getting some breakfast. You know, actually, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. It's very difficult to play so early. Right. Fore on YouTube chat says, Arthur, you are back. I like the way you host them. Yes, I'm also happy that I'm back. I'm happy you like it. All right, Dina is back at the table. A 92 is the move she writes down. I think that 96 should be a very easy, quick move. So she's going to spend here like 10 seconds. I wouldn't really choose any other move here instead, because 96 is the place where you want to put the knight and just think about things later. So there's no need. There's no need to burn time here. Consider your place in the universe with moves like b6 or 97. Just play 96 and see what happens. I even named the timing correctly, so yep, 10 seconds. No need to spend more time. 96 is a very easy move. And now we are going to get our answer pretty soon. Where white lands the castle. Because this will change whites and black strategy a lot. Dina's ELO, there's a question on YouTube chat. Dina's ELO is 2180. Her US Chess Federation rating is about 100 points higher. Her opponent, Hugo Lam, is from France. He is 2050. Short castle. All right. So short castle here, Hugo decides to be positional. You know, I think it actually was a very interesting choice to cast the long side. Because if white would cast the long side, this means a different plan. No more b4, b5, obviously, because this is where your king is. And white could think about ideas like playing g4, g5. Again, I'm not really sure what's going to be exact move order. Probably something like rook g1, g4, h4, g5, especially considering there's a weakness or the so-called hook on h6 that white can exploit. So this would probably mean that Dina would have to do something really aggressive at the queen side. So I'm guessing maybe bishop e6, b6, and something like c5 and knight c6. Would have been a completely different game. Now instead, white castles short. So this means that white most likely is planning to resume the idea to play b4, b5, create a weakness on c6, and Dina is supposed to look for this kingside attack. Now the question is, where is it? I suppose knight e7, knight f6, but maybe she wants to play g6 and bishop f5. No, instead she played a5 already. a5 is a common move because black tries to slow down white from playing b4. And there's some nuances, so I would imagine that white is going to play a3, rook b1, and b4 anyway. Trigger Cappy on Dina's Twitch channel is asking, does the immediate b5 and a5 seem faster? I think you are talking about this position, right? Long castle, b5 and a5. Maybe. You know, I'm not entirely sure. Because one thing you should also understand about castling the long, if white castles the long side. Of course, white is dreaming to start a king set attack. But part of the strategy is also, especially at a good level, it's provocation. So often players cast the long side and they provoke you to do something about it. So if black, for example, starts to play something like b5, a5, b4, often really good players utilize these weaknesses at the queen side. So they'll play something like rook c1, maybe rearrange the pieces, try to get the knight on c5, kill black's offensive, and then capitalize on the weaknesses. So it's not really so simple. Probably doesn't really matter because white simply casted short side. Short side and a5. Do I really look like a grandmaster from Mongolia? There is a suggestion in the chat. No, as far as I know, I'm from Latvia. I'm the leading Latvian grandmaster. I have no ancestors from Mongolia. Yeah, so white is reaching for the move. I would assume it's rook b1 or a3, one of these moves. Maybe he's going to go for f3, e4, since the knight is on e2. So in order to do that, knight g3, f3, e4 could be as well a possibility. Yeah, really tough to say at this point. He probably meant Dina's opponent. I mean, Dina's opponent is not a grandmaster. There's only two grandmasters, Dina and me. The third guy is not a grandmaster. All right, knight a4. Knight a4 is a reasonable move because black has some doctrinal weaknesses on c5 and b6. White sometimes is thinking about putting the knight on c5 immediately, then playing a3, b4. You know, also I feel I would like to show you one idea. Why knight a4 is Hugo's choice. Why he decided not to play a3. Because, for example, black could play knight e7, white plays b4, and there's this typical idea for black at some point to push b5. I don't really know when is the right moment, but with this move b5, black wants to anchor the knight on c4. Maybe this knight goes to c4, maybe the other knight goes to c4, and by creating this weakness on c6, black at the same time establishes a beautiful outpost on c4, and it's impossible to get rid of this knight. So that's why this knight a4 is a pretty smart ordered move, because now black can pretty much never play b5, because this knight immediately gets to c5. And white is thinking about continuing the idea to play a3, b4. Obviously, there are drawbacks. I mean, I'm sure you already see that after a3, b4, now b5 is a bit more difficult to accomplish because the knight no longer stands on c3. So it's very often like that in chess. I mean, you open some doors and you close other doors. Dina plays 97. In my chat, I have a question. Will I be joining the dojos later? No. No, I won't. It was a one-time thing yesterday. I was very happy to join, but yesterday it was already so late. So those of you who don't know, yesterday after the round 2 coverage of Dina's game, I also joined the Chess Dojos for a short commentary of the Candidates tournament. It was fun, but no, I have to wake up tomorrow really early. So I cannot do it. But of course, I will be watching the Candidates tournament, at least the very beginning. All right. Yeah. Hello again, everybody. If I didn't greet somebody, once again, in case you missed who I am, I'm Latvian Grandmaster. Usually I'm rated about 2600, so I know a thing or two about certain positions. 93 is the choice of Hugo Land. I'm not sure I like that. You know why? Because I have a feeling that Hugo is trying to play all over the board. So it just strategically wise makes no sense. Meaning, so he's flexing his muscles at the queen side, and now he puts the knight on g3 and says, I also want to play f3, e4. I think you really need to ask yourself and make a decision to pick one idea. Do not make two ideas. Why is this? Because those occasions when you can play all over the board, where you can play at a king side and at a queen side at the same time, they're really rare. This usually happens when you have a dominating position. White does not have a dominating position here. So at least visually, I have a feeling that White's army is discoordinated. So instead, if he already played knight a4, what I would have done, I would have played rook b1, a3, b4. If he wants to play f3, e4, then continue by playing knight g3 immediately. Knight g3, rook e1, f3, e4. But you do not combine these ideas together. I think that Dina could play something like g6 here. This is a move I really like, because this is such a common move to prepare a future bishop f5 idea. Also, it stops White's intentions to play knight f5, and even more. Black might be thinking about the idea to play h5, h4, because remember what I told you about this arrow. You're supposed to play at the king side. I think Dina is going to play g6. For example, let's maybe try to model the game. So g6. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what White wants to do. For example, yeah, let's say rook e1. h5 could be the move. I want to play h4 and attack the knight. And if White is quite slow with the idea to play e4, I could play h4. Knight goes to h1 to play knight f2 and play e4. And I could get all kinds of interesting ideas at the king side, like h3. And start active operations. But I don't think it's, of course, so obvious, because after g3, Rookie 1, h5. You should never miss white's counter strike in the center e4. Now there's no time for h4 because white is going to take on d5. The queen on e7 is under attack. And this position, I think white is probably slightly better. So it would feel like a deja vu, the yesterday's game of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru Nakamura, where Nepomniachtchi also had his isolated pawn on d4 and had a lead in development. So yeah, g6 has some drawbacks. There's a question on the YouTube chat. Do I think that the players walking in a match and watching other people's game does not cause distraction or lack of concentration? It's a great question. I like it. I can only tell you from my own experience because I'm also myself a professional player. And very often at the very beginning, the early phase of the game, maybe it's not right, but I have something like 10, 15% of concentration. Because I know the moves, they're very obvious, I know the theory, I know what I'm supposed to do, and I'm usually walking. Yeah, I just can't sit there, I don't have the patience, so I walk around, look at the other games, stretch legs, etc., take coffee. And when it gets really tense, you start to get to the critical positions. I basically never get up. So I don't think that at the very beginning of the game, the level of the concentration is the same as, for example, in a time scramble. So very often it happens like this. For example, you're playing a time scramble. You're super concentrated. Let's say you're playing an increment. Huge tense game. Obviously, you're not looking left and right. You finish the game, and then you realize there is like 20 people around you watching the game. You don't see them during the time scramble. So this is 100% concentration. But at the very beginning, you are really relaxed. So that's why it's very common that people are walking around, taking coffee, looking at the other games, etc. But it really depends, of course. Yeah, I'm myself like Swidler. He's infamous walker. He just can't sit. He's walking every single time. I'm like him. Of course, he's a much better player than I am. And then there's players who are constantly sitting and never getting up. There's a question by Iris. Do I think someone can improve only by solving puzzles daily but no theory? Well, yeah, I guess to some extent. Of course, you're going to be much sharper tactically. But if you learn no theory, it could be really tough to get to good positions where your tactical skills are going to work. So I think you need to do everything. Yeah, no, Dina is thinking. Not so easy. Alternatively, maybe instead of g6, we can look at some of the other choices. What could it be? What could it be? How about we complete development? So it's either knight f6 or g6. Maybe knight f6. But I think that Dina is slightly concerned. What happens if white is one of those players for whom a draw against a nominally stronger opponent is a dream come true scenario? And this is usually a nightmare for data players. So what about if white wants to play knight f5 and trade everything and just make a draw? Takes and takes. But here's the thing, I don't think that black has to take on f5. If you followed yesterday's game, Fabi Caruana with black against Prague in the candidates, Fabi played an amazing strategical game how to avoid simplification and keeping pieces on the board. So I think this was really a fantastic concept. Although, I mean, it was up and down game, of course. Fabi also misplayed at moments, but I really loved some of his choices at the very beginning, how he kept pressure and did not simplify the position. So Dina plays knight f6. It's a good move. It also doesn't reveal the cards because maybe Dina wants to play g6, or, by the way, how about h5, h4 immediately? Why do we need g6? It's a great move. I like it. There's the stare again. Yeah, she's trying to gain psychological advantage. Yeah, the yawn ruins everything, of course. All right, it's early morning in Charlotte. Now, is white gonna go for the f3, e4 idea? Or instead try to play knight c5, a3, b4? Knight b6 fork. Yeah, by the way, this could be a move. Knight b6, now the question is, what do you do? Because if you put the rook on b8, is the pawn on a5 not in trouble? For example, what happens if I just, as there's the saying, try to tickle it with queen c5? How do you protect this pawn? Maybe you sacrifice it. But I mean, it's a pawn, right? Maybe, of course, you go for some king-set attack, h4, h4, h3, but it's a pawn. So we could try to defend it with queen c7, and there's the idea to meet queen a5 with knight e7. A knight c4 tactically fails. Queen a5, knight a5, white is great, but b6 and white drops a piece. But here's the thing, I mean, after queen c7, white doesn't really have to take on a5. There could be moves like rook c1, I'm not sure, rook fc1 or rook ac1, knight e5 suddenly is an idea, the queen on c7 is not defended well enough. I'm not sure about this. So I think this knight b6 is a very serious move. And if Dina plays rook a7 to protect the pawn on a5, queen c5 still could be a problem with some knight e5 or knight c8 ideas trying to attack the rook on a7. So this is a drawback of Dina's plan. She put the knight on f6, which leaves the square of b6 undefended. So I would assume that after knight b6, if this indeed happens, queen c5, she will simply have to sacrifice the pawn on a5. Let's say h5. I'm not sure, do you need to trade this bishop or not? Take it, queen a5. Yeah, but somehow I don't really see the compensation here. She moved the camera. Big question what happens after knight b6. I think it's a very serious move. Maybe indeed she has to play queen c7 or... wait. There could be queen d8, not queen c7. Which I think is a bit better, not to position the queen at the c file. He is looking at knight b6. King B is suggesting on Dina's Twitch channel. I agree. Knight b6 deserves some attention. Again, white cannot really take the pawn on a5 immediately. So how does white improve the threat? I'm not exactly sure. For example, white plays something like, yeah, because queen a5 is knight e7. Knight c4 is b6. So you couldn't do that. So how does white improve the threat of taking on a5? Maybe something like, I don't know, rook c1. But I put the bishop on e6. Again, queen a5 is knight e7. And somehow this pawn stays. And also black is thinking about this idea of h5, h4 to play in the future. Now I think that Dina is completely fine. She's completely fine here. So knight b6 is not immediately giving white tangible results. You know, speaking about the preference, I see on YouTube chat, JT says he prefers white. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of players from the black's perspective who really hate the system. And they try to avoid this. So knight c3, it's a very tricky line. Knight b6, by the way, is on the board. We just saw it. So here there are players, for example, who play bishop e7 instead to avoid this entire idea of bishop g5, and there are nuances. And then black plays knight f6. There are players who play the so-called Tarash with c5. There are other kind of problems. And then there are players who after knight f6, c takes on d5, they simply don't like this easy plan for white and then play knight e5. And this position feels quite similar to Grunfeld. So black plays c5, tries to undermine white's center. White has a strong center, but black has this chance to organize a potential outside pass pawn at the queen side. So it's a matter of taste. Well, now we know that Dina's taste in this matter. She doesn't mind this position. It's completely fine. Some people like it, some people don't like it. Yeah, what was it? I believe here, knight e7, knight g3, not g6, but knight f6 and knight b6 is on the board. Maybe let's refresh. Sorry about that. And knight b6 is on the board. All right. In case somebody wants to follow the game, you can see the game link is pinned on Twitch channel. I'm not sure about the YouTube channel, but it has a 10-minute delay due to the fair play reasons. This is becoming standard pretty much everywhere. To be honest, I don't really know if 10 minutes make any difference. So a more common delay at highest level, it's something like half an hour. Some tournaments even don't impose any delay at all. Andrew Fasto is asking me, who do I think is going to win the candidates? You know, I would like it to be Gukesh. I simply like him. But somehow my gut instinct says that Hikaru is going to pull it off. I don't know. It just somehow feels. I didn't really believe in Hikaru's chances at the very beginning. But he is a beast in the second part of the tournament. And I'm a bit concerned about Gukesh. that the psychological pressure might be really tough for him. He's young. I mean, he's only 17. I hope that he's going to prevail, but somehow I feel it's going to be Hikaru, you know. I wish it's going to be Gukesh though. Hikaru will win by facial expressions. Yeah. Yeah, he has amazing expressions or reactions indeed. No, I mean, on a serious note, I think that nobody at the highest level already pays attention to it because you can't read whatever he is. You know, he's making all of those expressions just to divert your attention. Do I think they will go into tie breaks? I don't know. I'm not a seer. I can't see in the crystal ball what's going to happen, but I think it's going to be really exciting. I'm also hoping, of course, that Dina's game is not going to overlap with the critical moments of the candidates tournament. Of course, I mean, everybody's going to want to see what's happening there. But I think the schedule is slightly different compared to the candidates. So the 5th round starts at what time was it? The 5th round starts at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. and I'm not sure when the candidates start. 3 p.m. Eastern time. I think about the same. Probably Dina is gonna finish her 5th round game before everything is over at the candidates. Right. I know she's thinking. She's thinking because she sees the queen c5 move. I can't really imagine her playing rook a7 because queen c5 is still a problem. Yeah, thank you, Santi. Yes, candidates is in 3.5 hours and ALTO round 5 is in 4 hours. You know, I've been in this situation so many times myself, especially when there's some major tournament happening and you're playing in an open tournament yourself. And literally everybody is following what's happening in the super tournament. So if there's a world championship match or if there's a candidates tournament, all of these players that finish their games, do you know what they're doing? They're following the candidates, of course. Because they're also just fans. And they're curious who is gonna challenge the world champion. King Me suggested knight f6 was a bad line. No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that Dina can still play rook b8. And after queen c5, play queen d8. I see no issues here. So the pawn on a5 cannot be taken. At least immediately, I don't see how white can improve the threat. I mean, how? How to do that? I just don't really see. There's always knight e7 after queen a5. If knight c8, then the pawn on f5 is protected. Maybe bring the other knight somewhere on b3 to take on a5. I mean, it's gonna take forever. No, I don't think so. Rook c1, bishop e6, h5, h4. At the worst case scenario, black can just give up the pawn on a5. I mean, it's just a pawn. I think she's completely fine here. But it looks like she was not ready for this. And she reaches for the move, and rook b8 is played. I think queen c5 will follow. Queen a4 is inferior, and so is queen c3, because after queen d8, black is attacking the knight on b6. Whoa! Knight takes on c8. Now that's a move I don't think Dina expected. Why? No, she's definitely surprised. So probably about now, she's suspecting that white is playing for a draw. He wants to trade as many pieces as he can. So after rook takes on c8, most likely white wants to play knight f5. Knight f5, bishop f5, and trade up everything. I don't think this is good. I don't think this is a good idea for white, because there's enough pieces on the board. So rook c8 played rather quickly. I mean, okay, maybe now white plays queen c5, but it would be a really weird order that moves. Or queen c3. I think he's going to play knight f5. Since he took on c8, he is definitely going to play knight f5. Mark my words. Told you. All right, knight f5. So Dina knows what's happening. She knows that she has no problems, but also her opponent is trying to trade off everything. No choice for black. I think knight f5 is going to follow very quickly. Bishop takes on f5. And now the question is, where do you put the rook? One of my chat members suggests, I can tell the future, can I tell also yours? No, it's just experience being in such situations. Because you ask yourself, why did white give up the beautiful knight on b6 for the bishop on c8, which hasn't made even a single move? It's pretty obvious that the idea is to trade as many pieces. And I have been in those situations many times, when you are playing against a lower rated opponent and he just wants to make a draw. And it can be super annoying, especially you are the higher rated player. You want to win, but you're playing with black. And this means it's really tough to call the shots. So knight f5 is on the board. Bishop f5. Well, either rook d8 or rook e8. I don't know what she's going to choose. My board is wrong? What do you mean? I don't think it's wrong. Oh, the wrong rook. The wrong rook. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. My bad. My bad. I mean, this is the reason that the live broadcast has a 10-minute delay. I thought she took with the rook b to c8. Rook f to c8. Okay, fine. I don't think it dramatically changes anything. I'm a bit surprised by the choice. Why rook after c8? And after knight f5, takes a bishop f5. And she's now supposedly thinking, I can't really make it from this angle because I have this video feed really small. So I can't make it up. Yeah, I think, there's a rook on c8 and rook on b8. Double rooks to support the pawn push. No, I don't think so. Once again, I think we have to go back and discuss the things about the pawn structure, how you're supposed to play the Kospet structure. Why the Kospet structure, by the way? This name comes from, maybe actually it's already 100 years. 1924. It could be, by the way, 100 years. So this setup, this pawn structure was for the first time played in a super tournament about 100 years ago in Kospet. Which, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's now a Czech city. Could be Karlovy Vary, but I'm not 100% positive. And whoever played it first, everybody started to repeat the same plan. But ever since, this setup bears the name of the Kospet structure, honoring the tournament where it was played so many times. Anyway, maybe that's not really relevant, but you're supposed to attack at the king side. And that's why I'm a bit surprised. I'm sorry, where was this again? Takes by rook fc8, because I thought that this idea makes a bit more sense. For example, putting the rook here, and then thinking about starting some sort of kingside attack, because the rook at f8 eventually is going to open up. And then black has positioned pretty much every single piece at the king side for a potential attack. This rook fc8 is a bit strange, because the way I treat it, this idea b6 c5, I don't think you have any business there at the queen side. Let me just maybe show you. I could be wrong. For example, let's say white plays whatever. Let's say white, I don't know, plays bishop d3, or maybe just let's say rook c1, b6. I'm gonna make some random move. Let's say h3, c5. I just take it. How do you recapture? If you take with the rook, you have a weak pawn on d5. Yes, I see rook d8 is played. If you play b takes on c5, you have created weaknesses at the queen side, which are targets for white. The pawn on a5 is a target. b3, rook d1, rook c1. And even maybe you somehow accomplish pushing d4. You create a pass pawn, which is easily blocked by the bishop. So that's why I don't really believe in this idea that b6 and c5 with the knight against the bishop is a good idea. Rook d8 apparently is played. And white has made the move, which I believe is queen c3. Eric Robertson on YouTube chat is asking, do I think there will be a woman who could seriously contend for the world championship? Eventually. I think so. Yeah, it's a good point that you mentioned, Eric. You mentioned Polgar. Because Polgar was pretty close. I mean, people forget that when was she? Something like 14, 15? She was about 25, 50. This is unbelievable rating even for nowadays the best kids. So Judith Polgar already was there. Hou Yifan almost broke 2700, although she was not really close to the level of Judith Polgar. But I think eventually this could happen. I mean, this gap between women and men is becoming smaller and smaller. And I still remember, I mean, it was some time ago when for the women players to reach 2600, it was 2600 ELO, it was a rare event. Now, there's already several players who have broke the record of 2600. So I'm sure that more Judiths will be coming. She's not the only player. There will be more. Yeah, Queen C3, and thank you. Yes, Rook A8. Yeah, pardon me, I'm slightly lagging behind. Again, I have to execute these moves myself. The broadcast has a 10-minute delay. And also with this move, Rook A8, Dina basically says that she is not going to push B6, C5. And I think she's going to try to put the knight on D6. Remember? This is what I told you at the very beginning. At the Cospet structures, the knight belongs on D6. And why on D6? Because it really nicely controls all the critical squares in the center. And Dina knows this. I'm not really sure if this is what she is teaching in her Russian School of Chess. This is a brand new project, which I'm sure most of you are already aware of. Just recently, it was, I believe, this month, Dina released her Russian School of Chess on school.com, sharing her knowledge. Yeah, there you go. I told you 98 is an easy move for Dina. She knows that the knight belongs on D6. She has received a classical chess education. This H3 move, this is something that White could regret in the long run. Because if Black at some point is going to get some aggressive plans at the king side, the pawn on H3 could possibly become a hook. We'll see. He's playing really quickly. What's the move? Rook C1. Okay. Knight E6, I think it's going to be blitzed out. It's funny that, yeah, I read what you're saying on YouTube chat. Move the elephant. Pretty much all of the chess piece names come from an ancient Indian army formation. So bishops are the elephants, knights are the cavalry, the rooks are towers, the king, I believe, was the Shah, and the queen was Vizier. I think at the time there was no queen, it was Vizier. Vizier was the second most influential person in the kingdom. So, I mean, naturally, those of you who have studied a bit of chess history, you know that chess evolved from Chaturanga in India. And it's essentially an army formation. She played Rook D6, really? No. Oh, she played Rook D6. Oh my goodness, I'm so bad at the relay today. You have to pardon me. Rook d6. And the pawns are infantry. Very good. Yes, rook d6. Okay. Rook d6. Why is she doing this? I don't think it's rook f6. I think she's preparing some sort of a kingside attack. Maybe g6, f5. Perhaps she doesn't want to put the knight on d6. Wait, just a second. Let me try to understand. I'm slightly puzzled by this move rook d6. So, she played knight e8. Obviously, the knight on f6 seems to be great for you, but if she plays knight e4, white is happily trading it, and it's going to be very difficult to win the game. So she wants to preserve the knight against the bishop. I thought she wants to put the knight on d6. And suddenly she plays rook d6. I don't understand, to be honest. I mean, the sword and the moves. In Farsi, the bishops are relevant. You know, I'm not sure about the Farsi language, but in Russian language, bishop, it directly translates as an elephant. Since we're talking about the names of the pieces. Bishop b1. All right. I think it's b1. Yeah. Bishop b1. Okay, maybe he's thinking about some potential kingside attack. I think that there's going to be g6. Because you want to close this last whip bishop. And if I'm Dina, I want to play f5. g6, f5. Maybe this rook is going to be lifted to f6. The knight is going to go to d6 anyway. A rook f6 here makes no sense. You know, I think we have to once again talk about, if you look at this position, how do you plan to make progress if you are black? I mean, what do you do? So you could play maybe, yeah, I see there's a suggestion to play queen g5. You could play rook f6. You could play knight d6. You put the other rook. But there's a critical element missing. You have to use the pawns. You have to use the pawns, the so-called pawn play, to generate targets in your opponent's army formation. Why is this? Because the pawns are the least valuable things you have. So that's why you want to play moves like g6, f5, maybe rook f6, knight e6, because there's a rule that you want to position your pieces behind the pawns. So we're talking about like an army formation. So the infantry probably goes forward and the generals stay behind. So g6, f5, trying to generate targets. Maybe at some future moments there's going to be f4, creating a potential target on e3. Who knows? Like Tyrion Lannister with Shaga. That's a comparison I did not really expect. Yeah, I mean, you could say that. Like Tyrion Lannister with Shaga. I mean, Shaga was in the vanguard. I've seen Game of Thrones, so yeah. And if there's somebody who hasn't seen it, really. Koke is asking on Dina's Twitch channel, do the names change a lot? So we're talking about the pieces, how they're named. I think that already for centuries, basically, at least in the English language, the names have not changed. So maybe there's a historian among us who could tell when was the moment when Vizier was renamed to Queen? I don't know. It could be even medieval age. I don't know. But obviously, in many languages, there are different names. Santasud is suggesting that perhaps India is not the origin of chess, but China is. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I just know what people think in general, that India is the original country where chess originates from. I don't know. About Shatranj that you're suggesting, maybe doesn't really matter. I believe it's coming from India. No, Rook d6 was not a mouse slip. This is part of a larger plan. So again, she's trying to think about the picture, what it looks like. She's trying to understand how her next couple of moves are going to look like, because also, I mean, this g6, f5, she needs to make sure she's not weakening her position, because sometimes this happens. I mean, you have the best intentions by generating targets, and by doing this, you're weakening your own position. So let me just show you what I mean with this. So let's say white is going to play rook e1, f5, and white plays f3. And if we are not careful, and we play, I don't know, whatever, let's say knight g7, which of course makes no sense, white could push e4. And then the question is, why did we aggressively push those pawns at the king side? Because now the black king is weak. So it's not really so simple. She also has to take into account white's plans as well. Rook e6. Okay, that's a weird move. How are the pieces called in Latvian? I can give you a translation. So a knight would be a horse. The bishop, it has no translation. A rook is a rook. King is a king. Queen is lady. What else is? And a pawn is a pawn, I believe. So essentially the only difference is that the knight is a horse and the queen is a lady. A pawn, I think, is a pawn. So I'm giving you a rough translation. I could tell you what it is in Latvian, but it doesn't matter. I mean, you're not going to understand it anyway. So Zara Saleki says on YouTube that pawn is soldier in Farsi. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Soldier or infantry. That does make sense. Frontline soldiers, indeed. Yes. I mean, rook e6, Dina is trying to slow down white's intentions to play f3, e4. Also, she opens up the d6 square for the knight. There's a fair chance that white's going to play bishop f5. I would not be surprised. The way he has played it out, I don't think he has any ambition in this game. Hey, Steam Machine, thank you for the nice words. Greetings from Austria. Hello from Riga. Thank you. How was Austria? I think bishop f5 is happening. I mean, there's no a3, b4 anymore because this was the original idea. I think that Hugo has already abolished this idea. He's just trying to play solid. He definitely has a big respect for Dina. He already traded a couple of pieces. So bishop f5 and retreat would possibly be a silent draw offer. Like bishop f5, rook f6, bishop b1, rook e6, bishop f5, by not damaging your position. I think Dina is going to win this. She is the better player. She has no issues. Even though there's not a lot of pieces left on the board, 3 of the pieces already have been traded. White is trying to be too careful. You can't easily make a draw against a Grandmaster by trading the pieces. Dina has been in this situation many times. She knows the strategy. Hello? I see fellow Latvians there. I mean, yesterday we even had American Latvians, which was a very pleasant surprise to me. We have a small community living in the US as well. Yeah, he just polished the f5 square to make sure that bishop f5 doesn't meet any resistance. He's definitely looking at f5 square. Otherwise, why would you polish it? I say bishop f5, rook f6, bishop e1 are going to be the next moves. Mark my words. And then Dina is going to play knight e6. Yeah, so if we talk about the candidates, of course, I mean, everybody's thinking about the candidates, and I think that we can't really neglect it. I think that Nepo is not going to win it. Winning it for the 3rd time, it could be massive, but I don't believe it. And he has been too much cautious in the past rounds. Like yesterday's game against Hikaru. Why repeat the position? You could have played on. His game against Prague with White, he was too cautious as well. So he's losing the momentum. And Hikaru definitely has the momentum. So my money would be on either Hikaru or Gukesh. Hello, Leo Crank. Fabiano, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Fabiano has got a tough tournament. Really difficult to predict, but he is trying. You know, I think that Fabi himself probably is very hard about how he's playing. But he's fighting. He's trying. He's not playing his best game, not his A game. But of course, he's going to fight until then. Somehow, I don't believe that he's going to do it. Of course, we are going to see. So I would choose between Gukesh and Nakamura. I think this pair is going to decide the challenger. Not Nepo and Caruana. I might be wrong. All right. I mean, unfortunately, this game is not super exciting. This is what happens when you trade a lot of pieces. Not much to talk about. So instead, we can discuss all kinds of things. There's Dina with T, I suppose. No, no bishop f5, queen d3. Okay. So at least he has generated mate into threat. I think it's going to be very difficult for Dina to miss it. So g6 is a move that Dina wants to make anyway. Yes, of course. g6 to close the bishop, close the queen, parry the threat of queen h7. Also possibly f5. The knight is going to go to d6. She has the great position. I think what Dina is trying to do here, she is waiting for some sort of a mistake from white. Because if white is not going to make mistakes, he is probably not going to lose. But it's so difficult to sit there and do nothing. And all of us, we want to do something. So I have a feeling that Hugo at some point is going to play f3. And this is going to generate for Dina some targets. He's getting ready for it. I told you. So rook e1. So he is thinking about f3. That's a move that Dina is happy to see. Because it's going to generate for her targets. Knight e6, and she says, do your worst, play f3. By the way, f3, I don't think it's even good because there's rook e8. And suddenly this pawn on e3 is quite difficult to defend. But I don't think that Dina even minds this e4 push. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Maybe he's going to play something like rook e2, rook e1, f3, e4. Black can always play f5 to stop this. This is a dream position for black. But still, of course, white is rock solid. If I'm Hikaru, and I have to win the most important game of my life with white against the top 5 player, what opening I choose? I think I choose an opening which gives me a chance to play the game forever. I don't know what he's gonna do. Is he gonna play e4? Is he gonna play d4? I think he's gonna try. I mean, Hikaru is gonna try to get a position where he has a slight advantage and he is pressing for a long, long, long time. Either way, I think it's gonna be a drama. Content. And definitely Gukesh is going to be nervous. He is nervous. He can say whatever he wants. He is nervous. It's possibly the most important game of his life so far. psychology is in Hikaru's favor. I mean, actually speaking about Hikaru, he does say he doesn't care. I think he cares. He really cares. It is important for him. He has always cared. You just say, I don't care, so that it sort of diminishes the importance. No, he cares. He definitely cares. As online encounter in my chat says, the more Hikaru says he doesn't care, the more he cares. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, of course, there's suggestion focus on Dina's game, but yeah, of course, but there's not much happening. You know, I'm not sure from which angle I could discuss this game even more. We need more action. There's no action right now. So I suppose White is gonna play something like f3, rook e2, rook e1, and e4. But maybe he's gonna change his mind. And he's just gonna shuffle pieces here and there, like queen c3, bishop c2, rook d1, rook e1, and just stand and do nothing. But I don't think so. He's gonna do something. He wants to play f3. So, rook e2, rook e1, and f3. He's about to make a move. No. It's queen d2. Okay, I mean, he's trying to attack the pawn on a5, indirectly hitting the pawn on h6, with some future f3, e4, and queen h6 ideas. For Dina, it's going to be quite easy to play king g7, just in case, defend the pawn. The pawn on a5 is defended. Maybe what White wants, but it does make quite sense. After king g7, f3, you can't really play rook e8, supposedly, because the pawn on a5 is under attack, although I really favor this trade for black. But there's knight c4. So possibly, he could continue with b3 to protect against knight c4 and play f3, e4. But I think Dina is going to play king g7. Like, very quickly. Give it something like half a minute. Of course, she raised her eyebrows. What on earth is queen d2? What do you want to say with this? King g7, easy move. She needs some help from the opponent. Now that is clear. How do you think she's going to play this game? Do you think Dina's going to do it? I am fairly confident she's going to win. Even though the position is dead equal, I think she's going to win easily. She's going to find a way to trick her opponent. Most likely, White will. do something, like play f3, e4, and it's going to backfire. This is how I think the game is going to continue. I'm a bit surprised that Dina hasn't yet made a move. I think king g7 is a super easy move here. Maybe she wants to force things and play something like f5. But, I mean, king g7 doesn't really rule out e4. And just in case you want to protect the pawn on h6 against some e4 pushes, so yeah, just play king g7, see what happens. The time situation is that, at least with this delay, what I have here, Dina has about 50 something minutes versus White's 1 hour and 15. She is slightly behind time-wise, but there's no issues. And the time control, of course, is 1 hour and 50 minutes for the entire game. There's no second time control, and extra 10 seconds per main move. So it's some sort of a hybrid of classical and rapid. What about a4? a4 here. f5 instead she plays. I'm not sure about this a4. It could be a move. But then again, this pawn on a4 could become a target with some a3 and bishop c2. Why do you want to give White some targets? f5. I slightly don't like this move because the reasoning is the same. I think that king g7 didn't really rule out f5. And the way black has played out, I think that she is going to need this king g7 anyway. But possibly doesn't matter. All right, listen, I'm going to make a very short break. And I'll be back like in 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Post your questions. What do you have about the game? We don't have a lot of action here, so we could use the time to talk about something else. All right, be back in a minute. All right. Did I miss something? No, I don't think so. Does anybody know the reason why Charlotte Chess Center is organizing a tournament where kids are not allowed? Because this is essentially a tournament 21 plus. No kids are allowed in the building. What is the reason? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Isn't it obvious? No more underrated American kids? So what? People don't like playing kids. I like playing kids. Because young players are often very underrated. Yeah, I just want to play chess, right? Alright, there's the move. King h1. Is he hinting towards rook g1 and g4? That's a move I think that Dina would be quite happy to see. Now I think it's time to play king g7. Yep, easy move, king g7, of course. King h7 wouldn't make any sense because it would potentially position the king for a potential x-ray with the white bishop. So king g7, just in case, protect those pawns. And Dina is saying, reveal your cards. Yeah, but I mean, on a serious note, I don't know the reasoning why there are no kids allowed. I'm sure they have very serious reason, but that is absolutely sometimes an issue. So many young players, they tend to be underrated, especially if they come from countries with great chess tradition, like India. And yeah, that's why some chess professionals, they are not even risking to go to India, because if they go there, then they risk to donate a lot of rating points. So maybe you're playing a kid who is rated something like 1500, but he hasn't had any tournament practice lately, and maybe his actual strength is already EM level. Not really great for you, right? Sandy says that majority of the players in typical US weekend tournaments are kids. Really? Really? I didn't know that. I've been myself in the US chess related only once, back in 2019. So I believe there was a move and he played. What did he play? What did he play? Bishop d3. So he's standing and doing nothing. He's standing and doing nothing. Yeah, it could be annoying for Dina. I know already what she's gonna say after the game, and that guy, he's not doing anything, I mean, come on, charge forward. Can be annoying when your opponent doesn't want to do anything. He is very cautious. He's extremely cautious. So most likely Dina will have to protect the pawn here, something like queen c7, so that she can position the other rook on e8 and f8 and make a very mean expression, like she means business, but she wants to provoke something from white, some sort of a weakness. Otherwise, she's gonna have to charge forward, which maybe will have to be done at some point. Maybe something. Actually, now that I think about this, could she play something like Queen f6, g5, h5, g4. Maybe there's no need for queen c7. Just play queen f6. And think about pushing those pawns forward. Think about your pawn play. You want to use these pawns to generate the targets, although they're shielding your king. I mean, what else? The horse is positioned perfectly. Don't touch it. Maybe the rook at e6 can be improved. JT is asking on YouTube channel, are these my trophies? Yes, they're mine. They are mine. When we are gonna away Dina for the after game interview, I'm gonna show you them. The better resolution. All the trophies I got in my career. Does Dina win any tournament? You know, I haven't really followed where Dina plays lately, but it's safe to say that she is a professional content creator. So playing in tournaments, it's a chance to make some good content, play against good opponents, make interesting coverages. How did I meet Dina? That's a great question. I addressed it already yesterday. We started pretty much stream together, which was during the COVID times, year 2020, when there were these lockdowns all over the world. Yeah, it already feels like an ancient history. And some of the big streamers started to emerge. Obviously, Gotham Chess and Hikaru, they started to stream. They're rapidly becoming super popular. And Dina and me and some other streamers were like the next generation who were starting to stream at 2020. So we started together. We did some collaborations, some sub battles, etc. But yeah, Dina started to take it much more professionally than I do. So yeah, and we also met in real life 2 years ago in France. She came to a French city, Chartres, which was organizing French Team Chess Championships. We made some content together. I invited her to the team dinner. Had some good time. So probably you can even find some of her videos with us together. We played some blitz odds games, some table tennis. So it was fun. Yeah, Chartres. I'm not sure actually how do you properly spell that. Chartres or whatever, because there's two cities, Chartres. They spell really similarly. And this year, the tournament again is in Chartres. Chartres or Chartres, yeah, whatever. No, not charters. No, definitely not charters. Pawn b5? No, I don't think pawn b5 is going to happen. So she's going to play something queen f6 or queen c7 to bring the other rook. to the king side. So we're talking either about queen c7 to relieve the rook, or queen f6 to push forward those pawns. Or maybe she's thinking about g5 immediately, which could be a move. I mean, it could be a move. Possibly she's thinking about pushing g5 immediately, or queen f6, and then make a big expression that she wants to push g5. What she really wants is to provoke some kind of a reaction from white. Yeah, and right now, as far as I know, Dina resides in the United States. I think she has a working visa. So she's staying there for a long time. I believe in Charlotte, which is right now one of the main hubs of chess in the United States. They're doing a lot of amazing things. Also, having some very good coaches like Norditsky and Bortnik, it definitely helps. All right, she played a move on queen f6. Yeah, I like this move. It's a good move. Just in case, solidify your position and not reveal your cards just yet. And definitely g5, f4 is one of her ideas. Yes, she did live in Paris. She did live in Paris. Rook d8 and f4 might be a good idea. One of my chat members suggests, yes, but what about the pawn on a5? Yeah, that's a big question. Yes, Dreamscape Maestro on YouTube chat says that Peter Giannatos has done a superb job by making Charlotte a hot spot for chess. Absolutely agree. Yes. So I think he's the guy in charge of Charlotte Chess Center. I should probably go there at some point, because when I was in St. Louis Chess Club in 2019, I was playing in Summer Chess Classic. There used to be these quarterly tournaments, like Summer Chess Classic, Fall Chess Classic, Winter Chess Classic, and Spring Chess Classic. And they were inviting foreign grandmasters to play in round-robin tournaments with some good prizes, amazing conditions. So I went there in 2019, pre-COVID. I mean, at the time, of course, I didn't know it's pre-COVID. And I had amazing impressions about St. Louis Chess Club. I love the city. I love the chess club. Perfect place to play chess. Very quiet, very nice, pleasant. And yeah, I have a feeling I want to go to Charlotte as well, just to check out how they're doing. Yeah, so here I think that White is seeing some ghosts. Definitely, he is worrying about g5, f4. And then maybe he is going to react with something like f4. I would not be surprised if he's going to do this. Just to make sure black doesn't push g5, f4. But f4 creates weakness on e3. Like I already said, I really believe that Dina is going to win this. Even though the bar says it's a dead equal position. Yeah, not much is happening. During her Bolta's live streams, Dina constantly criticized the sisters spending too much time on obvious moves. Yes, yes. I mean, when you're playing yourself, it looks different, doesn't it? It does look different. Yeah, there is definitely tension building up. Dina wants to do something, but like I already said, she is provoking. She wants to provoke. It's all about the provocation. Provocation is an art that data players know especially well to employ. I think White is not gonna hold it and play f4 just to, defend against all kinds of threats. When the game is dull, I'm supposed to tell some anecdotes. Dan suggests, okay, what kind of anecdotes would you like me to tell you? I'm not sure I know any good anecdotes. Some chess-related anecdotes. Are there any even chess-related anecdotes? Probably. In a lull, not dull. It's probably the same. Who is the nicest GM? Among the candidates players, probably it's Vidit. He is often regarded as the nicest person ever among chess professionals. So literally everyone is friends with him. Fabi, of course, yes, Fabi. Fabi is also a super nice guy. Yeah, you mentioned Arthur Yusupov. I mean, is there even somebody who could potentially be on bad terms with Yusupov? No, he is, one of the most amazing persons I ever had a chance to meet with. Very kind person. I think I met with Yusupov. When was this? It was some tournament. Was it? Oh, now I'm wondering, was it Capella Legrand Open Tournament in France? Although, what would Yusupov do there? I'm not entirely sure. Very pleasant person, so it's an absolute honor to meet him. An absolute chess legend, also used to be one of the best players in the world, I believe number 3 in his best years. And now he is a coach, a walking encyclopedia. Yeah, but basically you could say the same about Petr Leko as well, right? I had a chance to work with him together a couple of times for chess.com commentary. It's always, super pleasant. If Gukesh wins today in the candidates, he's going to be the youngest player to challenge the world champion. I think so. Definitely, if he's going to win the world championship, he would be the youngest world champion ever. But as the challenger, I think so, yeah. I think so. Bobby Fischer did play in the candidates tournament when he was, 16? But he never won it. I mean, at least at that age, of course. Anecdotes are fun. Yeah, but that's the point. I don't know any anecdotes. I know I should probably prepare something. When you run out of things to talk about, when there's a Hugo who is not making a move and he plays a dry position, This is when you unleash your anecdotes. Google some. Oh, and we have a Charlotte Chess Center. Probably the official account of the Charlotte Chess Center. Yeah, welcome. So it's nice to have you here with us. We were just a couple of minutes ago talking about Charlotte being as one of the most amazing chess clubs recently in US. I would love to go there. I already said this. I've been in St. Louis Chess Club back in 2019. I was super impressed. So what you're doing is fantastic, you know. I'm your fan. Yeah, now at least they have a chance to answer. Why no under 21s? Good question, Dan. Spot on. Use the opportunity. Come on, Hugo, make a move. Play it 4. The clock. Yeah, I think I can actually refresh the board. Just a second. I think it's gonna already be updated. Bishop d3, queen f6. So about now, he should have something like, yeah, something like 50 minutes. I don't really see from this angle. Let me check. 53, if I can tell correctly. No, there's no issue. People are just discussing things. Well, we're waiting for Hugo to make a move. Dina is back at the board. Tell you about my experience and my first tournament. Well, maybe I can tell about my experiences playing in US. As already said, I was playing in US only once in 2019. So first it was the National Open, which often is regarded as one of the best open tournaments in the US. It's held in Las Vegas, typically every June. Although, I mean, it was very difficult to endure plus 30 degrees during the night. Yeah, so it was that and St. Louis. Couple of best experiences. Last year I went to Canada. By the way, the same organizers who are organizing the candidates tournament, they were organizing this Canadian transnational, whatever it was, championships. So it was a great tournament. Couple of local Canadians got their GM norms. And in the last day, we got a special guest. Hikaru arrived and received massive ovations from every participant. No, Dina is not the move. White is the move. Dalks on my chat is asking, have I ever had extraordinary opponents or something weird happening while playing live? I mean, sure. There's all kinds of weirdness. Every chess player has experienced it. One of the most weirdest experience I've ever had during the tournaments. Actually, both of them were Olympiads. One of the Olympiads, I think it was year 2000. So good 24 years ago. By the way, 4 is on the board. Finally, thank you, Hugo. Thank you for the target. We are playing in Istanbul, World Chess Olympiad, year 2000. I was playing for Team Latvia. We played out the opening, like the first 5-6 moves, in a huge Congress Center. Or, I mean, whatever, it was a maybe gigantic warehouse, I don't know. And all of the electricity and the lighting was gone. So all of us were in the dark for something like half a minute. So when it resumed, we were asked to restart the game from scratch and repeat the moves that we just made. Just to properly relay the moves online. So I don't really know what the FIDE rules say about that. Can we actually do that? So it's pretty weird. And the second crazy story I have about the Olympiads, this was in 2014 in Tromsø, Norway, when again there was this World Chess Olympiad. The home country is of Magnus Carlsen. The Olympiad itself was pretty mediocre, but I remember it vividly because of the final round. So imagine this. We're playing the final round. I'm playing against... we're playing against Slovakia, and I was playing against this Slovakian guy, Michalik. And suddenly we hear there's something happening in the playing hall. Something happening on the playing hall. And by the way, before the tournament, some apparent terrorists were threatening Norway with some kind of attacks, right? So there were some kind of threats to Norway, to Norwegian society. So you're like kind of on alert. And then during the final round, suddenly we hear something is happening in the playing venue. We don't understand what's happening there. And suddenly somebody starts to, shout, "Gun, gun." We don't understand what's happening. Suddenly our team captain approaches us and he says, "We have to leave." Can you imagine this? So this was the final round of the Olympiad. We have to leave. So everybody runs out from the playing venue. So but there's no mass panic. And as it happens, it was apparently there was one guy who was having a heart attack. And he was given treatment by this defibrillator or whatever is this. But some ladies interpreted it as a gun. And they caused a fake panic. So it was pretty weird. So this is probably one of the weirdest experiences I ever got. So we got back to the playing venue, resumed the final round, and the tournament. All right, so a couple of moves got to be made. Sorry about that. While I was telling this ridiculous story, F4 was played. Dina played A4 and Rook F3. I don't know, Obscure Figgy. Yeah, I don't know. That's the story. I was not there, Aladdin. I did not interpret the defibrillator for a gun, but somebody did shout, "It's a gun, gun." Yeah, so, and then everything was evolving basically after that. So not really the nicest feeling. In that moment I understood I don't care about the game. You have to get out. All right, that is indeed crazy. All right, Rook F3 is played. I suppose supposed to, just in case, defend the pawn on e3 and maybe think about the g4 push? I guess you want to apply some pressure here. Can I do something like rook e8? Maybe b5, knight c4, trade on a c4 with the d pawn and get to this weakness on e3? Let me try to show you some ideas. All right, now that we have some changes in the position, let me try to do... Can I do this? Rook e8. I hit the pawn. So white could play queen here. Hit the pawn on a4. How do I make a progress? I wanted to play b5 to enable knight c4, but there's queen c6. And I see no jumps to attack the queen, which generate any threats. But let me just show you what I want to accomplish. So let's say rook e8, and white does something like, let's say, a3. I want to play b5. White does something. I want to play knight c4 to hit the pawn on e3 with queen e7. Takes here. I want to put the queen somewhere here and start pressing these weaknesses. This could be a potential idea. What about b6, c5? Yeah, now with the pawn on f4, I don't think that we can completely rule this out. With the idea to play b6, c5, c4 to push the pawns forward. Now, this is something that could suddenly become an opportunity. Dreamscape Maestro is asking on YouTube chat, why did white play f4? Because he was afraid of this potential pawn push. I mean, I told you, he's going to try to react to this. He's trying to play for a draw. But Dina is quite happy to see this move. This is what she wanted. Maybe queen e7, b5, and knight c4. Actually, I'm not sure if I need this knight c4 at all. But after queen e7, rook e8, the pawn on e3 is well defended, so you need to find a way to pressure it more. It could be an idea also try to put the rook on e7, queen on e8, so that white is tied down to defend this pawn on e3, and then push b6, c5. So let me just show you. Again, I don't know about the order of the moves. I'll just show you the idea. So well, let's say white does nothing. I build the so-called Alekhine's battery to tie down white's defenses. And then I want to play something like, indeed, is b6, c5. This looks quite interesting. If white does nothing, I do this. I want to take, win the material. And if white does nothing, I want to play b4. Essentially winning the game. So something like this could be a possibility. Of course, it's quite a far-fetched plan. Jack Leeson suggests that playing for a draw is so bad. Yeah, but this is what a lot of club level players they do. They're playing passively with white and they're trying to achieve this draw. And Dina plays a3. I guess she doesn't want to worry about opponent a4. So white is going to play b3. I don't think that white is going to take on a3. This would allow black to activate the rook. So b3 seems to be necessary. Dina is slowly outplaying white. I think I also understand why she did this. Because after b3, she wants to play queen e7. The queen on e7 is not only hitting the pawn on e3, but it's also indirectly defending the pawn on a3. There could be maneuvers when black will play rook e8, so there's no longer the need to protect the pawn on a5 or a4, wherever it was. And then black could improve the knight. I don't think it's going to go to c4, to e4. So it could be possibly even knight e8, knight f6. In some ideal scenarios, maybe even try to put the knight on b4, but I don't see how do you get there. Yeah, this knight on b4 would be a really great outpost. Followed by some b6, c5. Let's say the knight is on b4 and b6, c5 to follow. Looks really fantastic for black. But I don't think it's going to be so simple because she always needs to watch out for the counterplay with g4. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Dina is going to include h5 to make sure that she's not going to miss g4. Yeah, I see that Kanti apparently also is doing great. Yeah, there's two chess streamers playing in the tournament. It's obviously Dina and James Kanti. James is playing board number 5. Also, I believe he's streaming. I'm not sure if with a commentary or not. I think I saw him streaming yesterday. Now, Dina is going to win this. Unless she's going to get in a time scramble. And wait, I think there was a move. b3? Yeah, b3 is on the board. As already predicted. Sabina is also streaming? Okay. Yeah, I guess there's more than 2 streamers then. Board is what? Oh, sorry. Yeah, the queen is at f6. My bad. So she did not yet play queen e7. My apologies. Yes, today I have issues by showing the right board. Caden Trough is also streaming there, when. Okay, I didn't know he's streaming. Yeah, now that we compare this game to round 2 when I was doing the commentary yesterday, this is much more positional. I mean, sometimes it happens. You don't always get super exciting, sharp chess. Sometimes there are slow maneuvering games, like this one. So I don't think that Dina, again, wants to miss g4. So I would expect h5. And if black doesn't push g4, and let's say he locks the king side, then this means she never needs to watch out any counterplay. By the way, there might be also an idea to play h5, h4 to fix any potential breaks at the king side. Maybe even try to put the knight on f6. Knight h5, knight g3. Clearly influencing what's happening here. And then looking for this break, b6, c5. Or maybe even c5 right away. I like h5. Yeah, the more I look at this, I like it. Now, she plays queen e7 instead. Well, I guess it's fine because g4 is not yet a problem. Because f takes, h takes, and queen h4. And white loses this pawn. So I don't think that white is going to go there. Yeah, she looks pretty relaxed. You know, recently Dina has had a very tough schedule. I mean, I'm amazed how she does this because she's playing double rounds, and I myself already made up my mind that I will never, ever play double round tournaments again. I mean, when you have to play more than one round a day, because it's very exhausting. I mean, you finish the tournament quicker, but it drains energy like nothing else. And during all of this time, she's also making content. She's making videos on YouTube. She's working for her Russian School of Chess, making video shorts. Very busy. But wait, is this true? I mean, whoever said this, that in US very often open tournaments have 3 classical rounds a day. Is this true? I mean, in Europe, the typical schedule for a tournament is something like a week. 6 or 7 days. And then there's a couple of days with double rounds. I mean, somebody told me this. I just want to check if this is true. Might be wrong. Two is the norm, and three is not common, yeah? King h2 is on the board. Doesn't change much. Yeah, Captain Ketchup on my chat suggested g4 was a good try. I also think so. But I don't think that he's gonna do it. I mean, Hugo here already has made up his mind. He is playing for a draw. g4 is being active. And now I think Dina could make sure that g4 never happens and just play h5, h4. And that's it. No, she doesn't do that, by the way. She plays rook e8. Also fine. So Senti says that those tournaments with 3 rounds a day are typically not classical. Okay. I mean, somebody told me this. Maybe it was actually you, Senti. I don't know. Somebody told me that. I was wondering, how is this possible? You can play three games a day. The US has lots of one-day tournaments of 4 rounds that are 60 minutes. Okay. In Europe, the so-called weekend tournaments, they're not really that common. Typically, the open tournaments, they have 9 rounds. So, like I already said, it's pretty common to organize an open tournament 6 or 7 days. But there's a very interesting trend in Scandinavian countries. And they have started to organize these weekend tournaments where the first 4 rounds are rapid. So it's very interesting. I think they have something like 7 rounds. The first 4 rounds are rapid. So you play it on Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, they're double round classical games. Never played in one, but apparently in Scandinavia it's a thing. Do it's a very interesting phrasing of the question. Do I admire the Botes sisters, Nepo, Dina, and others, what they're doing to promote chess as cool to a younger generation? I'm not sure I would use the word admire, but I definitely like what they're doing. And I think that chess gains in general. So it's a great thing what they're doing. All these cool streams. Magnus streaming from hot tub. I mean, he once did this. I think he was playing in either Data Tuesday or something, streaming from hot tub. Yes, they're good role models. Absolutely. And not everybody can do it. There are many people who try to replicate it, but it's very difficult to do. Perry Naibara says that Magnus had a thought that used it with the live techno music and the booze too. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he had a lot of things. Yeah, Dina is pretty bored. I mean, I can tell her body language. She knows she's gonna win this game. Autobotro says it's so much more work than what you see in stream. I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, I'm a very small-time content creator myself. Very small time. And even at this level, it sometimes feels like a full-time job. So I think that what Dina is doing, she's like having 3 full-time jobs at the same time. Running a Twitch stream, running a YouTube channel, being a professional chess player, running a Russian chess school on school.com, running a Patreon. How does she even manage to do all of those things? I'm just super impressed. So I think eventually at some point they need to hire a team. Maybe that's what they're doing, you know? That they're hiring a team, that they have some help. We're helping them. Otherwise, alone, it's very difficult. Shizo says, if you don't enjoy it, it's not worth doing. I think, yeah, it's very important you do enjoy it, and Dina does enjoy this. Otherwise, she wouldn't be doing this. It's like an addiction. Jack Gleason is asking on YouTube channel, does Nepo still have a chance in the candidates? My opinion is no. I don't think so. King G1 is played by white. So this means he is ready to suffer. He's not going to do anything active. So it's all about Dina here. Maybe he wants to get the king on f2 to protect the pawn on e3. Again, I suggest h5. Let me just show you a couple of ideas. For example, we play h5. White stands and does nothing. We play h4. White does nothing. Now I get the knight on h5. How do I get there? I need f6 square. White does nothing. White does nothing. Here, put the knight on h5. Put the knight on g3. So this already feels like a major achievement. White does nothing. I go here. White does nothing. Now I need to make a break. So possibly I'm going to hide the king from some long diagonals. White does nothing. I'm going here. White does nothing. I'm playing here. If you ask me if I believe that white can hold this position as a fortress, no, I don't think so. Doesn't strike as a fortress to me. Doing nothing is not a good idea. And yet, this is what white is doing. Online encounter on my chat is asking, can white at some point play queen c3 and b4 to threaten the pawn on a3? Yeah, maybe. But then again, a queen c3, b4 is a concession. He weakens some squares. Oh, by the way, Dina just played h5. It's a great move. I like this. It's a great move. So she basically says, I don't need g5. I want to play h4. Or just at least be one step closer to stop g4 from happening. Maybe here white already needs to play g3 to meet h4 with g4. Which, by the way, might be still okay for black. But even if he pushes h4, this knight is going to g4. Hitting the pawn on e3. Now Dina is easily winning this. Yeah, he does play g3. I mean, maybe there's even a possibility to play g5. Now that I'm thinking about this. It's slightly a change of the plans, but could be a move. So I'm thinking about some g5, queen g5, and try to apply some pressure like this. I don't like it, but it could be considered. And if white doesn't take it, I want to push g4 and relieve the defense of the pawn on e3. But I don't believe that g5 will be played. Do I see how much time they have left? Yes, I do. It's about 40 minutes for white and 28 for Dina. And Dina just made a move, I believe, and that is king f7. That's a slightly odd move. I'm not sure what does he need. What does she need the king to put on f7? Is she planning to move the king somewhere to b8? Maybe she wants to play rook g8 and threaten with g5 and try to get the king somewhere here. I think she wants to provoke h4. Something like rook g8 and threaten. There might be g5 move. White is going to play h4. Then she's going to put the knight on f6, play rook e8, and play knight g4. And the white is going to crumble. No? King h2. Probably rook g8. Otherwise, king f7 is difficult to understand. Maybe rook h8. And sort of hint that h4 might be a move. Boris on Dina's Twitch chat says, White's inactivity is impressive. Yeah, I could say it like that. He's not doing much. Eric on YouTube channel is asking what is Dina's opponent's rating. He's about 2000. I think it's 2050 actually. I don't think that Dina is going to push h4. Because then white is going to play g4. This is unnecessary complications. h5 was played to slow down g4 and try to provoke white to play h4 himself. Yeah, Dina has 2 points out of 3 because yesterday she had a rough third round. She was completely winning, playing with white. She missed a couple of wins. And then she blundered the basic tactic in the time scramble. Yeah, Dina has about 23 minutes versus white's 35. I say it's gonna be rook g8 or rook h8. I just don't know which one. Maybe rook g8. Because this sort of implies that g5 might be there and the king might be strolling towards b8. Yeah, she's looking at the king side. You can tell from this angle. Not h4. Not g5. But rook g8. Or rook h8. I think she's also trying to understand where to put the king. Does it really go to the queen side? Or should he try to put the king on h8 instead? Is it gonna feel safe on b8? So that she has free hands to do whatever she plans to do? I mean, if she puts the king on b8, how does she make a progress? Is it gonna be eventually this b6 c5 push? Do you really need a king on b8 for that? White might have access to queen b4. Yeah, there's a suggestion I missed before. To attack the pawn on h3. But I'm not so sure that he wants to trade the queens. So let's say Dina makes whatever move. I don't know. Whatever, rook g8, I don't know. So does really White want to trade the queens? Takes, knight f6, rook e8, king d6. b6, c5 is incoming. Knight e4. Knight e4. Now that's a move I would not have rushed. There was no need to rush with this. I would have loved to stop at rook g8, try to provoke h4, because now I think that Hugo is going to slam on e4. He doesn't want to tolerate this knight on e4 either way. Bishop e4, keeping the e file open makes perfect sense. No, he's definitely going to take it. Bishop e4, rook e4. Bishop e4 is on the board. Rook takes on e4, of course, keeping the pressure. And then Dina will have to play some sort of a c5 push at some point. Yeah, I slightly don't like this. There was no need to do this because now I start to miss my knight. Yeah, and he immediately locks the king side. h4. This is where you needed a knight on f6. I'm still confident that Dina is going to do it, but I don't favor the trade. Yeah, it's actually, it's funny that I already see a couple of mentions in the chat, the bad bishop on d3. So this could be interesting thing to discuss about, because it seems that the bishop on d3 is a great bishop. It's controlling a lot of things, right? So knight e4, bishop e4 seems to be an equal trade. But this this bishop is useless to generate any targets, any threats. And that's why I feel that the knight on d6 could have been used a bit more. Like, try to put it on f6, think about the h4 push, maybe try to maneuver it to b4 somehow. I would probably just put it on f6 and see what happens. But okay, she decided to trade. Oh, sorry, I think it was knight e4, takes, and h4. There you go. Time on the clock. Let me check if I can zoom in. From this angle, I can't really tell. 20 something minutes for white. And about 80 minutes for Dina. No time scramble. She pushes c5. It seems that Dina's has had it enough. Also, by the way, you need to make sure that white cannot play b4 to stop c5 from happening, so she goes for this immediately. The king on f7 for this doesn't feel ideal. You would want to have it somewhere on h7 or h6, because now it's sort of exposed. So I think that she makes sure that indeed white doesn't even think about something like b4, rook b1, rook b3, and build even a greater fortress. So Dina's idea is try to get it here, the queen, and push d4 eventually, get the rook d1. And hide the king. He looks to be shocked. I mean, Dina's opponent looks to be slightly surprised, but I mean, what did he really expect? That you can trade all the pieces, it's going to be a draw? I mean, obviously, there's still play for black. Isn't queen a5 scary? I don't think so, because after queen a5, I can take on d4. Queen takes on d5 check and simply play king g7. And you see why they're simply dropping the pawn on e3. He takes on d4, I take on e1. White simply grabs the pawn, everything is protected. So no queen a5 here. And queen a5 would go against how white's been playing in this position. Queen a5 is an actual active move. And so far in this game, white is anything but active. I mean, in her career, Dina has won probably like hundreds of games like these. When the opponent is trying to play for draw, trade as much pieces as he can, but it's not enough. Where did the opponent go? Wait, what? What just happened? Did I miss a move? I mean, did he get up during his move? Kind of left. Ah, he's back. What? I mean, he is literally bleeding on the board. Oh my goodness. I hope he is all right. You know, I mean, his position is bleeding and he is also bleeding himself. But this is quite, I mean, okay, jokes aside, this is quite unpleasant. Because I've had this, one of my most painful experiences. I was playing in World Youth Championships under 12. I was a kid. I'm playing the World Championships, and that was the time when I was sometimes having nosebleeds out of the blue, just like that, out of stress. I don't know. And I was having this very critical game, to playing for the medals. I had an extra piece, and suddenly my nose started to bleed. So I got up. I mean, I couldn't stop the clock. So I went to the bathroom, cleaned up, I went back. So it's very unpleasant. I was clearly slightly shaken. And I immediately blundered the queen. So it can distract you, really. All right. Nah, Dina is gonna win this. Russian School of Chess at its best. Obscure Figure is asking how old was I? 12. I was 12. Yeah, you see, he's quite unhappy about it. He doesn't like something. His fortress is not there. And now he probably starts to suspect that d4 is coming in. And the rook d1 will be undefended. So, for example, let's say takes, and something like king g2. He tries to get the king. Can I play d4? Like right now? Maybe it's slightly too early. He takes on d4, and I could play maybe this. I wanted to get the rook at e1, but somehow I feel this pawn on a3 could be a key idea to win the rook endgame. Yeah. This pawn is dangerous. Something like this. Trade. Here. And here. The pawn on a2 falls, and probably black wins the game. This is a nice idea. I mean, how do you stop it? Once again. Takes. I want to play d4. You can't really leave the rook, I guess. I mean, rook c1 could be a move, of course. I might play some queen d6, and d4 is still incoming. Let's say here. And again, d4 is a move. Rook e2 check. Now you have to be like really careful here. Not to lose on the spot. So h4 was a mistake. Probably he had to play b4 to slow down c5 and maybe get the queen on c3 to attack the pawn on a3. I still don't think trading the knight on e4 was the right choice. Yes, Dina's got it. Let me, by the way, refresh the board. Maybe I get the actual clock here. So here the clock shows that Dina has about 19 minutes. Let me have a better angle. Something like 25 versus Dina's 18. That's the clock situation. Can I display the time? I mean, I can do that, but it's gonna come with a delay, like 10-minute delay. I'm not sure if it's any good to you. And he takes the pawn on c5, one pawn less to worry about. Wait, by the way, how about we play d4 immediately? This is also a move. Maybe not even queen c5, but d4. Can we do this? Immediately to the business. Because there's no edicts on d4. We grab the rook. So let's say white cares about a pawn here. He plays something like b4. And we just take with e3. I'm not sure if Dina wants to play d4. Maybe she's just going to grab the pawn on c5, but I would not be surprised if she's going to push d4. I think she is slightly undecided. We're going to see. By now, Dina already knows that she is crashing through her opponent's passive play. Why not take with the rook on e3? Carla is asking on your Dina's Twitch channel. I'm not sure. Maybe taking on e3 with the rook is also an idea. I thought that my rook on e4 is hitting the pawn on b4, but yeah, rook e3 could be a move as well. But this rook on f3, I think it's not really great. So white could take it and play something like queen d5 and rook e2. So I don't think I want to trade these rooks because the rook on e4 is very active and the rook on f3 is quite passive. So d takes on e3, keep the rook on f3. But that means there's still queen d5. Queen d5, king g7, and let's say white plays something like b5. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe queen b3, protect the pawn, hit the pawn, try to play rook e2. Not an easy choice for Dina. Let me tell you this. There's a fair chance she's going to take the pawn on c5. Yeah, I suppose both of the continuations are good. And according to the engine, if you can trust it, at least the evaluation bar, white can technically still save the position. But I don't think he's going to do it. All right, let's try to make it work once again. So let's try to make work queen c5. Feels a bit slow, but it's very safe. So what do you do if you're playing with white? Probably some king g2. Or try to be active with rook c1, rook c3. Get away from the pin. By the way, makes perfect sense. And I guess I have to retreat with the queen to press the pawn on e3 somehow and keep the pawn on d5 protected. So queen d6, I suppose. With d4 incoming. And white could try to be active like queen a5. Some rook c7 threats. Yeah, and Dina played d4. All right, she was not sure. I think she was not sure about this rook c1. So d4 is on the board. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what white is going to continue. Maybe b4. Protect the pawn on c5. And Dina's endgame skills are definitely much better. Queen c2. Okay. Another passive move. I don't think that Dina is going to take on e3 with the rook. The same reason. The rook on f3 doesn't do much. So d takes on e3. Keep the rook on f3 passive. The rook on e4 is really active. So maybe try to hide the king. And then maybe somehow use the d file to crash through. This pawn on e3 is a passed pawn 10 minutes before becoming on your queen. So is the pawn on a3. Very annoying in endgames, because if you get the pawn on a2, this pawn is also very close to becoming a new queen. And yeah, so white has no counterplay. I mean, he's suffering the entire game. That's why playing for a draw is not a good strategy. And in case we are, it's very interesting. We can talk about what Gukesh is going to do today. If we go back to the discussion about the candidates, he plays with black against Hikaru Nakamura. I don't think that Gukesh is going to try to play for a draw. I think he's going to play something aggressive because it's so much easier to play for the win. One of the most difficult things in the world is play for the draw. And there's not so many players who know how to successfully do it. I have tried in my career to play for the draw several times. Basically, every single time, it's a disaster. Because you just start to play passive. If you play for a draw, by definition, you are playing passive. You're playing passive, you're playing not good moves. Queen e6, she stops any queen c4 ideas. I'm not sure I like this move, but she leaves the pawn on a3 unattended. That's what I don't like about it. White probably is going to play something like queen c1. Yeah, slightly mysterious move. Maybe she's thinking about queen a6. Yeah, but I don't know, why would you want to put a queen on a6? I slightly don't understand this. Maybe she wants to take... wait. Maybe she wants to play queen a6 and take on e3 with the rooks. So, let's say white goes here. I go here. White goes... who knows, I don't know where, let's say here. I want to trade the rooks and then somehow win this endgame with some queen f1, e2, e1 ideas. I'm not convinced it works, but this could be her idea. All right. Yeah, she's slowly but confidently cruising towards a victory here. Maybe even queen d5. Yeah, queen d5 also could be a move, centralizing the queen, then take on e3 with the rook. Maybe with the queen on d5, she hits the rook on e3 somehow. Either way, the pawn on e3 is going nowhere. Queen c6 could be a move as well. No, but I actually like queen d5. This is a great suggestion. Queen a6 feels weird. Queen d5 looks pretty reasonable. I think White's gonna play queen c1. Yes, I already read in the chat that her opponent from yesterday just lost. In the game that Dina was supposed to win. All right, he's about to make a move. King g2 maybe? No, rook d1. He wants to go for an active defense. He's annoyed with a pin. And now I think rook takes an e3 looks pretty interesting. With the idea that after rook takes an e3, we're gonna take with a pawn. And play e2 and queen e3. Push this pawn forward. Yeah, the bar hates it. I'm not sure why, by the way. So White probably wants to do some counterplay. E takes on d takes on e3, something like rook d6. Oh, here we have a cute idea. e2 takes and takes. So Black could sacrifice the queen, but now this pawn is unstoppable. So that being said, d takes on e3 is a move as well. Yeah, she's gonna take d takes on e3, I think. What? No d takes on a3, queen d5. Okay, so I guess she wants to play rook e3, and somehow crash through. But this walks into a pin? It's... yeah, it's a bit strange. And what if I just go here? Rook e3 and try to build some sort of a brick wall. Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's holding. Like d3, rook e1, mate on h1, threat is there. This pawn is incredibly strong. I think queen d5 is just good. Okay, engine suggests that white can play queen d3 and not lose immediately. So the idea is that you cannot take on e3 because of queen e3. Okay, this is pretty obvious. Yeah, d takes on e3, rook d5 here. And what would actually win the game, which would be completely crazy considering how it went. And now white wants to take on d4. So queen d3 is a move, actually. So queen takes on c5, maybe? E takes on d4. Check. Here and here. And black is still winning, even though she's down a pawn. Like takes, takes. So let me show you just this funny line. White is up a pawn, but there's a mate on h2, and the pawn on a2, by the way, also is falling. A pawn on d4 doesn't matter at all. Yeah, so queen d5 is a slight miss, but I don't think it's going to change anything. Let me get you the clock situation. Yeah, just a second. If I can see, about 11 minutes for Dina and something 15 minutes for her opponent. No time scramble. 15 versus 11. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, she's pretty confident that she's going to do it. And queen e3. White does pick up the best defense. And now the only move which gives white the advantage is queen c5. And I'm pretty sure that white is going to grab the pawn on d4 without thinking, which is a huge mistake, and then black wins by crashing through. But the engine says that white can still try to hold on by playing this crazy move rook f2. Just ignoring the pawn. And after d takes on e3, rook e2, holding on. Which I think it's impossible. Because, I mean, here white has an extra pawn. And he is, of course, very passive. And here white is down a pawn. So I don't see how he's going to go here. So I think we are heading for this position. Queen takes on c5. E takes on d4. Rook e2 check. The king is going to go here, or wherever it's going to go. No, h3 and queen c2. Queen c5, by the way, is on the board. And pretty positive. E takes on d4 is going to happen like immediately. Although it's a mistake. He's not making the move just yet. I mean, sure, he sees rook e2 check, but it's very difficult to be objective in this situation where you go for an endgame up a pawn, or instead you choose an endgame down a pawn. It's very difficult to go there. It's incredibly difficult to remain objective. Because I think he suspects if he plays rook f2, black is going to win anyway, somehow. And after he takes on d4, at least he's suffering with an extra pawn. So the best move is rook f2. Yeah, so once again, the line is rook f2, d takes on e3, rook e2. And black has to work really hard to crash through, because rook takes on e3, white is simply going to grab the pawn on d4. Takes, rook e2, and unfortunately there's rook d2. I have a feeling this is not enough to win the game. I mean, definitely black is pressing. The pawn on a3 is menacing. But this could be quite difficult to win. Actually, how do you get the king to the queen side? So that's why I think that Dina, if indeed rook f2 is going to be played, she's going to be quite unhappy to see this, because this means a long game. So here she's going to have to work pretty hard to move this pawn forward. So let's see. Yes, Dina indeed is playing a lot of long games at this tournament, and this is difficult. Especially when you're playing double rounds a day. If white plays b4, I think we can just take the pawn on b4. I don't see what it changes. Meaning maybe there's an idea. b4 takes it and takes, and the idea is to attack the pawn on a3. But I mean, still, rook e2 check, queen b2, the second rank is a massive weakness. Big moment here. So black has a very good chance to collapse very quickly. Take on d4. It's a free pawn. Yeah. I mean, it was quite easy to predict. E takes on d4 happened. Rook e2 check. King g1. And now black is completely winning, even though black is down a pawn. So I think something like queen c2 here still works. Passive defense doesn't work here. Yeah, this is essentially the big difference between a passive defense and active defense. That's why, I still remember vividly this joke. Once I was told by a very good friend of mine, Aloysius Kvenis, Lithuanian chess grandmaster, who unfortunately passed away back in 2018, I think. And he once said to me that all the rook endgames with equal material, they're winning. And all the rook endgames with an extra pawn, they're drawn. So it was pretty interesting. But obviously, the key idea is the activity. So you see the big difference here is that after e takes on d4, rook e2, queen c2, black is dominating the board. This rook on f3 is so passive. And after rook f2, d takes on e3, rook e2, I mean, even though this rook feels passive, at least white is holding his ground, and the queen on d3, rook on d1, they're active. This is the so-called active defense. Here, check, and queen c2 is going to seal the deal. Queen c2 is on the board. So it might be quite paradoxical because it seems that black is down a pawn and black doesn't want to trade queens, and yet Dina does this. Because now look at this. After queen c2, rook c2, the second rook is going to e2. The pawn on a2 is gone. And the rooks on the second rank, they're going to cause a lot of damage. For example, here, for example, d5. And yeah, I just take the pawn on a2, rook b2, a2, and put a new queen on the board. And also there's some mate threats on the second rank, so white cannot tolerate the queen on c2. Maybe he could try to give some check on c4. I don't really see what it changes. I mean, black could take it, or just play king g7, hide the king. So in case somebody was doubting that Dina is going to win this game, I told you at the very start, she's going to win this game. Let me check the clock. Dina has, I don't see, 11 minutes or 30 minutes. Maybe 9 minutes, I don't see. Something about 10 minutes each. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's gonna win this. She's not in time scramble. And of course, Russian players are quite famous about their endgame skills. And Dina has received classical chess education. She comes originally, I believe, from St. Petersburg. And St. Petersburg has amazing chess tradition. A lot of great players come from the city. Yeah, the next rook push is gonna end it, essentially. So I can only assume that white is gonna try to play something like takes, and maybe rook f2. Rook e2. Takes. Maybe try to push d5. I can put the king on e7. d6, king d7. You put the rook on a1. I mean, you need to protect the pawn, I guess. And I just go and say hello to the pawn. This king is cut off. Look at this. Major difference. Here. Perhaps rook goes here. Here. Put the rook on somewhere on c2. Here. Do you remember when Dina played this move a3? Let me go back. This very far moment. You remember this moment? This was really smart. Because if White had played a3 in the long run, he wouldn't have to worry about the pawn on a4. Although Ancient marks this as an actual mistake, but in endgames, this pawn on a3 is very unpleasant. Oh, sorry, I think I missed a couple of moves here. Check. Here, and here. Queen c4 is a possibility, but I think I already discussed this. Black can just play king g7. There's no need to explore what happens here, even though this also feels winning for the pawn on a3. But it just complicates the game. So just ignore, just play king g7. In case you want to get better the viewers, study endgames. There's a couple of great books out there. There's one of the most famous books, 100 Endgames You Should Know. I think they also have released a chessable course. You can study it digitally or buy the book. It's definitely worth it. It features some of the most important endgames. By the way, I think recently Chessable published also Jeremy Silman's book on endgames as well, which has very good reviews. I think it's presented by Alex Banzea. And if you want to be really serious about endgames, pretty much every chess professional at least has once in his life hold in his hands Dvoretsky's endgame manual. Because that's the thing which never changes. I mean, endgame theory doesn't change. It's constant. Yeah, rook f2 is on the board, rook e2 is going to follow. You can study many openings. You can study Sicilian defense, Caro-Kann, Queen's Gambit, Grunfeld, whatever. But endgame technique is something which is constant, which doesn't change, and it will always pay off in any game. Yeah, there's even a saying, take youngsters to the endgame. That's why, by the way, it's a shame there's no youngsters allowed in this tournament, because you could just show the difference in understanding of the endgames. Yes, I mean, Jeremy Silman was definitely a great writer. He was. No, Dina is totally confident she's gonna win. So I think the game is gonna continue. Something like takes. Yes, and rook a1 most likely. I mean, what else? The pawn on a2 is really sad. I mean, you gotta defend the pawn, right? I mean, d5, I can even take on a2, and after d6, play king e8 and king d8. This pawn is going nowhere. I mean, Dina could just blitz it out from here. She could win this in a blitz game, in a bullet game even. It's very easy for her. Take, or just march towards the king. Where did the rook go? What? Rook d3. Ah, he wants to play b4. So takes, b4. Probably check on a1 is gonna follow. I'm not sure actually do you need this check, but this king can never go here. By the way, this is one of the most important endgames that you should know. Look at this. Here. And if you take it, the rook is gone. So this means that the king can never go past the g2 square. Here, here, and this should be an easy win. You just collect everything. Collect. And as soon as the king approaches here, you go here. If the king goes here, you give a check and promote. And you just collect these pawns. And the b pawn, by the way, is still there. So right now, Dina is just checking if she can play a2. Because sometimes there are drawn-in games where you cannot do that. I mean, of course, she can also play king e6, king d5, which is just as good. But this is, for Dina, a piece of cake. Okay, she's gonna advance the king. Yeah, sure, why not? To keep the king cut off, she could always go rook a1 a2. For example, if white goes here, you can always go for the same idea and then go back to h1 or threaten to promote a very famous idea. So you have to know this. And that's why, once again, it's worth to study endgames. So the king cannot get closer to the pawn. And black is just collecting everything here. I think there's going to be a resignation in like either right now or a couple of moves. Maybe d5, king d6, and then Dina's going to play here, collect the pawn, and he's going to resign. Meto Mortis on YouTube chat says, why only Dina is writing? Actually, I haven't noticed. Is the opponent not writing down the moves? I mean, you're supposed to write down the moves. I remember quite clearly the times when we were playing tournaments with no increment, because now, today, tournaments with increment, it feels standard, right? But something like 20 years ago, having tournaments with no increment was standard. And then if eventually you would get in time scramble, something like less than 5 minutes, you could not write down the moves. I'm not really sure what's now the ruling. I mean, can you choose not to write down because you still have the increment? Maybe with 10 seconds, it's not enough time. It's not going to change the outcome of the game. You can already prepare your questions for Dina, because this game is not going to continue for long. Okay, d5, king d6 doesn't change much. Maybe b5 or king h1 or whatever. Dina will have to play rook a1 a2. There's no way around it. She knows she's winning. The players get another score sheet. Wait, really? This is move 48 only. I thought in a traditional score sheet there's 60 moves. b5, yeah, okay. I mean, you gotta do something. b6 could be a move, rook a1 a2. I mean, you gotta play rook a1 a2. You cannot advance the king because the d pawn is gonna go forward. Yeah, she goes for it. Check. King cannot go here. Yes, now he sees it. Now he understands there's no progress. a2. The final trick maybe is this. Rook g1 check and this pawn promotes. So you gotta put it on a3. King d5 should force the resignation right here. That's it. I think this is the final move. No. There's one more. King c5. How about now? No. The game continues. Actually, here King b5 would be a mistake. Yes, King b6 is a nice move. b6 is winning as well. The pawn on b5 is falling. No need to give up the pawn. I mean, I do understand the fighting until the end because nobody has made points by resigning early. So you should always fight out until the very end, but sometimes there's just nothing to do. He loses some time, I suppose. All right, there's the resignation. All right. Now they exchange some thoughts. Probably they're gonna analyze the game. So I think we can congratulate Dina with a powerful endgame technique. I'm gonna slightly criticize her for knight e4. Then she's gonna defend it and say that she knew it's winning anyway. So get your questions ready. What you would like to ask Dina, because she's gonna join us for a short interview. I mean, although there's a second game coming up later. Yes, Perry, Naibara, I got your question. What were the parts where she needed the calculate card? I think there were no parts. But let's wait for her to answer that. What time is the second game? Is it something like 2 hours? Santi? Or just 1 hour? Ah, 1 hour. Really? 1 hour? Oh my goodness, then Dina needs to do the interview really quick so that she can grab some snacks. Because now, in Charlotte, it's what? It's dinner time, basically, right? Two p.m., yeah. It's impossible to play good chess with empty stomach. You need some proper food. Let's give Dina a couple of minutes. Yeah, she needs some proper American burger. I mean, what else? I mean, what else you're gonna get like in 10 minutes? Some proper hot dog. She's probably gonna disconnect this meeting, I suppose. And we are gonna go into a call shortly, so let me maybe rearrange things while she's getting ready. In the meantime, you can see there's still players playing in Charlotte, just center. Let me see if I can get the message. No message just yet. All right. Let's just wait. No, now it's time for an interview. She's not going to miss an opportunity to talk with you. Take my word on that. Thank you for the kind words, dear viewers. All right. Okay, she's disconnected. Now it's just me. Now you can enjoy this very nice view on my cups while we wait for Dina to send me a different meeting. The board behind me, that's the one I got in a special event. It's signed by Magnus Carlsen. Can you believe it? So this is from the previous World Championship match, Carlsen against Nepa, game 1. I apparently won some prediction contest. Never expected. I don't know Magnus personally, no. I mean, I have met him, I've talked a little, but no, personally, I know him quite vaguely. At least I have his signed board. I should probably sell it on eBay or something. I don't know. All right, where's Dina? Let's wait. Get your questions ready. No, actually, I don't think I'm gonna sell it. I mean, it has some emotional value attached. I just got to tease you. Dina is coming. Give her a couple of minutes. She is coming. She's not gonna leave. Maybe just get me ready, get some earphones. Where is she? Yes, at the moment Dina has 3 points out of 4. Should have been 4 points out of 4, but okay. Could have been a different opponent today. The next game is in 1 hour. Let me text Dina. Where is she? All right, I got the message. She is coming. She is coming. Where's Dina? There's no Dina here. Not yet. Maybe in the chat. Are you gonna watch Dina playing the second round? I hope you are. So you'll have to multitask. Watching the candidates on one screen, Dina's game on the other. I don't know who is going to be the host for the second game, not me. It's a little late. I already said that I have an excuse. I have to wake up tomorrow very early. All right. Where is she? Does Dina roast over the board? Absolutely. Yes, she does. She was roasting me when we were playing some exhibition games 2 years ago over the board. So she knows how to do that. I'm still waiting. I think there's a good chance that Dina is going to get in the next game white. I think so. How does Dina feel about her extremely passive opponent? I think she's going to be pretty annoyed. But I'm going to ask her. I'll try to remember those questions, by the way. I mean, what is it with this comparison with Christopher Walken? Do I really sound like Christopher Walken? He's nothing like me. I think I've heard this comparison like already for the 100th time. The voice, really? Nah. Oh, he's one of my favorite actors. No. Can I say wow? No, I'm not gonna say wow. All right, she's missing. I assume it's some sort of a quote by Christopher Walken. I'm not gonna say that. Internet will remember. Everything you say remains on internet. All right. Dina is Mia. MIA. Dina is missing. She's eating a burger or something. I don't know. She's not here. I'm still waiting. I have some channels open. And they're quiet at the moment. She did say she's gonna join. All right, I see her online. Where are you? Oh, wait, just a second. How do I hear you? Oh, you joined Zoom. Just a second. But people don't hear you. Just a second. They don't hear you. Why don't they hear you? There you go. Say something.
Hello, chat.
All right. Dina herself is here. So congratulations on your Capablanca like victory through Russian school chess
Yeah,
example.
so I have a funny story for you, chat. I have a very funny story. So after the game, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Everybody can hear me. So after the game, my opponent, I'll put it here. You guys can see me. You guys can hear me, yeah. So after the game, my opponent asks me, "Is that rook endgame losing?" And I look at him and I tell him, "Of course it is. You gotta study my beginner strategy Russian chess school course. Second rank, rooks on the second or seventh rank, the stomach paradise, as we say. All endgames are losing." But then he's like, "But where did I do the mistake?" I'm like, "Bro, when you moved your pawn to f4, I swear I wanted to put a question mark to your move on my score sheet because you created a weakness, backwards pawn. You gotta study my beginner lesson 1200 strategy course." And then he's like, "But it's only one weakness." And I'm like, "Bro, it's only a matter of time until you get the second weakness, which you did, with the pawn on a3. Don't you know that all rook endgames are lost with the a3 pawn? It's called a future past pawn.
Yeah.
You gotta check out my beginner Russian chess school strategy course." And then he's like, "Ah, wow." And I could see, like, even when I played queen c2, he was so surprised. Like, he didn't expect me to play queen c2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because at this moment when you play this queen takes on c5, the best defense was leading an active defense, rook f2 and rook e2. And I was so sure he's not going to pick it up because how could he not take the pawn on d4? It's a free pawn, right?
Wait, say again, where the pawn?
I mean, when you played queen takes on c5 and he grabbed the pawn on d4, that's the moment, right? E takes on d4. This is the losing move.
Yeah.
He allowed you to play rook e2 and queen c2. Instead, he could have played the active defense. Rook f2. Rook f2, d takes on e3, and rook e2. But I thought there's no way he's going to pick it up.
Oh yeah, that's tough. But to be honest, Arthur, I was like, I burnt all my time because even though all this beautiful stuff that I say to weaknesses, blah blah blah, I actually didn't see how to break through. And what I did, it was kind of out of desperation, because and even like when he took on c5, I wasn't gonna take on like c5 because I didn't see how it would work. But maybe you have a better way to actually play.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I didn't really like your knight e4.
Yeah, I know it's too early, but Arthur, I couldn't see how I can prepare or improve, because he can always play somewhere like yeah, I couldn't see. I tried so hard and I burned all my time, but I couldn't see how to improve.
Yeah. There was a question, by the way, from the chat. Did you really enjoy that your opponent was playing so passive today, or you were pretty bored?
Excuse me? Excuse me, may I ask you to lower it down a little bit if that's okay for you? Thank you. Say again, Arthur.
I mean, how are you feeling about your opponent's chosen strategy that he was playing so passively today? Obviously, trying to trade every single piece to make a draw.
Um, I don't think he was trying to trade. I think he was just passive. I agree. I think he's just like he didn't have a choice for trading. But oh, you mean in the opening? Yeah, maybe he thought, when he took on c8, it's obviously bad. I think he has like he can go for a5 pawn, and that was like I blundered there. I think he might have done it for the sake of having a bishop. Maybe he thought that because he has a bishop he has advantage, but I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. But in any case, like, this is the opening. Like, I chose this opening specifically to outplay them in a slow game, and it's kind of my strategy all the time. So yeah,
All right, so
it's
it
more for
worked.
those reasons.
And the question is, how do you feel when he played a four? Probably very good, right? I mean, this is something that you were waiting for. You're trying to provoke him to play four.
Yeah, so as I was saying in my beautiful trash talk, when he played f4, I wanted to put a question mark on my score sheet to his move, because it's so bad. It's such a weakening of the backwards square, of the
Yeah.
backwards, like rating a backwards pawn. So yeah, I really wanted to put a question mark.
All right. So how do you feel after yesterday? I mean, yesterday, Dina, it was a true heartbreak. I know it was very emotional game for you. You blundered the victory a couple of times away, and then this terrible rook takes d5 blunder. What do you do? How do you recover after that?
Yeah, so obviously in the moment I wanted to cry right away there, but then I had to keep myself composed for the interview, so I did that, and then after the interview I was crying all evening.
Ah,
And then I went to and then like accidentally I decided, okay, I'm gonna look at my game, and then I actually saw that all the middle game that I thought was completely winning was actually somewhere was worse. And even when he took on d6 pawn, and then like just before trading queens, black was actually better. And then I kind of like calmed down, because I thought that I had this perfect game and then blundered. But when I realized that the game was actually complicated and somewhere I was actually worse, then it kind of made me feel like not feel as depressed, because it's okay to lose complicated games, right? It's not okay to lose completely winning games. So I realized that my perception of the game as usual was wrong. So but I think the best way that helped me, I went on YouTube and saw some billionaire interview that was telling how he had to sell his company, and how he was diagnosed with cancer and spent 4 years with like blood cancer, and spent 4 years with recovering and healing, and he had lots of therapies, and the percentage of actually recovering from that illness and not dying is 10%. It's like when you need to transfer all your blood from another donor. So that actually helped me calm
I mean,
down
when
and
you put
realize,
it like that, losing a chess game is not really so bad, right?
yeah, exactly. And it's like maybe have you heard of Bank?
No.
It's like one of the like biggest like kind of like the startups in banking in Russia. It's a bank that this online bank that um doesn't have any office. So the guy had to sell his company, flew away for obvious reasons, and plus was dealing with cancer, and so yeah, I was listening to that story, and I was like,
All right. Okay, I'm very
yeah,
happy
so
to hear that you have recovered. You're probably starving right now, right? You have to go for some lunch because the next game starts in 45 minutes. Any plans?
yeah,
Juicy American hot
yeah.
dog?
Wait, what? In
45
what?
minutes. Yeah, the
Oh
next game
God,
is.
it's at 3 today?
Yes,
Oh
yes.
shit. Okay, Arthur, who's gonna win the candidates?
I hope Gukesh, but I have a gut feeling it's gonna be Hikaru.
Wait, why do you hope Gukesh?
Because I like him. I mean, he is young, he is nice, he is superstar.
But that's exactly my point. He's young. He will win it 20 times later. He carries his chance now. And come on, Arthur, we're streamers. We're chess players, professionals, players, active players, and streamers. Hikaru is our role model. Hikaru is our ambassador. Hikaru is the reason why we can make a living out of streaming.
No, but that's why
And
I
if
said,
Hikaru
Dina.
becomes
That's why I said my gut feeling says it's gonna be Hikaru.
no, but that's your feeling objectively. But you hope for Gukesh. It means that Gukesh is your favorite, and this
Okay,
is why I
I'm gonna put it differently. I'm not gonna be upset if Hikaru is gonna win. I think he deserves it.
Hikaru wins. It's the dream come true for chess world. I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be another chess boom. I
Okay,
so hope Hikaru wins. Honestly, everybody go Hikaru. I'm rooting for him. I'm gonna keep my nuts crossed.
you got it. All right. Listen, Dina, you probably have to get ready some lunch, right? I mean, it's getting really late. So I can only wish you best of luck in the remaining final round. So I'll be cheering for you.
Thank you, Arthur, and appreciate you staying there for another 4 hours. I'm so sorry. I wish I was beating these people faster, and you didn't have to have such a long day in the office. But I'm really grateful for you jumping into this tournament and
I
being
mean,
there. And
I was running out of topics what to talk about, to be honest. But the chat, it was always there to help me. Yeah, so it was
yeah,
entertaining
one
us.
game is tricky. One frame is tricky. I agree. Yeah, but yeah, I'm glad you could count on chat. I hope you had a good time.
Yeah, we definitely did. We definitely did have a good time. All right.
Great. All right. Well, I assume it's late for you. Probably not gonna stream. Are you joining any other stream?
I haven't really thought about it. I'm not gonna stream anymore myself, so most likely I'm raiding my channel to somebody. I don't know. I could rate at the same location as you. Any preference? Maybe to Chess 24, since they're starting the
Let's see.
coverage.
I usually like supporting individuals
Hmm.
rather than companies. I think
Okay.
companies have
Yes.
already all the chess TV and
Fair
stuff.
point.
So let's see who's out there. Oh, feed the chess. Okay, that was a joke. Um, I see Adriana is there. How about we go to Adriana?
Adriana. I don't see Adriana. Where's Adriana? I'm not. Ah, we GM Adriana. Yes, we could follow her.
Yeah,
All right.
Adriana is doing, what is she doing? Candidates.
Oh, she's
She's
doing
doing
candidates. Perfect. Yes.
and some end games. All right, chat. Shall we go? It was nice playing you on Title Tuesday. When was that, chatter? Not yesterday.
Are you still playing in Tata Tuesdays? I already stopped to
I
play them.
do.
I stopped to do
I
this
I
long time
actually,
ago.
you know why? I mean, I do for. I mean, obviously, it's streaming and over because I continue. But one of the fun reasons is like I can get like I got paired against Levy and I beat him and I made a YouTube video out of it and it was my most successful video. So now I'm just chasing for a rematch.
You're just waiting for Levy again. Yeah.
Yeah. I assume does someone know? Oh, Adriana just started. I don't see her. She's probably gonna be right back.
Yeah, she's gone. She is gone. Maybe Anna Maya.
Yeah, Anna Maya is doing. Yeah, let's go to Anna Maya because I don't know what's Adriana doing there.
Yeah, she was there and
She's
she's
not
missing
there.
now.
All right, let's go to What do you think, chat? Let's go to Anna Maya.
I almost raided
Oh,
your channel. Yeah, I figured
lol.
out. I'm in the wrong channel. All right. All
What are
right.
your next projects?
My next projects?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, next
what's next for
weekend.
you?
Next weekend I'm playing in the Rapid tournament. No coverage for that. I'm playing. By the way, I'm playing in French Team Championships this year, Dina. You're not gonna
Oh,
go there, right?
nice. And I am playing for women with Monaco, so my team only has women's team. So yeah, I'm not gonna be there.
Yeah, because I already
But I'm
told the
playing.
chat you were there 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's correct. This is when we did our game.
How I beat you in the odds games.
Oh, don't remind me.
I did not beat you. I was just checking your memory.
Yeah. Well, I think I beat you.
Yeah, you beat me like 3-0 or
Oh
something
my
like that.
God, I actually beat you. I beat him, guys. I beat Arthur. All right, Arthur. Well, thank you so much once again. I'm so happy that you joined us, and I am sure you guys were treated really well with some high-level Grandmaster commentary. You guys are lucky. Don't take it for granted. And see you chat in 40 minutes. Oh my God, in 40 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Go take quickly a burger. Dina, once again, thank you for me this opportunity to join you, do the coverage. I've absolutely enjoyed it. Dear chat, thank you for being so amazing today. I'm also finishing the stream, rating you over to Anna Maya. So take care, Dina, and good luck in the final round.
All right. Thank you, Arthur. Bye-bye. See
Okay.
you, chat.
All right. All right. Bye. All right. Let me issue the raid. So once again, thanks, dear viewers. Take care. We are rating Anna Maya. And just a second, let me see if I have everything ready. And have a great day. Bye bye.